Well, hello there. Come one, come all, come.
Huh?
Oh god, I was hearing Mickey twice. I had the stream turned on. That's way too much. Besides, I was almost
That's a
hearing
lot of
myself.
come.
That's worse.
Come.
Damn. If you insist.
My lady, if you insist. Have everybody said what they need to say, except for all the curse words you want to point towards me? And are we ready to?
Sound like a high school girl today. Has everybody someone they want to say? Sorry.
That's me.
Sorry, yeah.
That's the next campaign.
Mickey, the high school girl.
The high school years.
I refuse to apologize for my actions or their consequences.
Your actions will have actions. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Speaking of which, I'm going to mute myself a little because I believe I'm still passed out.
Wow.
Well then, let me just do a quick recap of the uninteresting events that happened last time in our last D&D session. So, you have set off from Paluna's hometown in the direction that you have been somewhat given by the elven settler. Headed in that direction, you saw a refugee under a small cliff overhang, trying to set up camp for the night. Some of you had restless sleep, while others were haunted by visions, tracking footprints of what might be lurking around you. With no success from anyone in terms of finding the thing that might have walked past you during the night, you all begun a new day with renewed energy and hopes of finding your friend Beer. Walking in the direction of the appointed way, you guys began finding tracks leading in the same directions of various kinds, and slowly the grasslands turned into somewhat swampy, mossy land, revealing a vast open landscape of corpses that had all seemed to have been claimed by the swamp. Echoes of rumbling searching throughout the lands drove you to go even further towards that direction. As you got closer, you realized not all corpses were headed towards this direction. Some were also headed away. Some that had left scars upon their bodies of jagged eyes and burned skin and huge cuts of some nature. As you approached the now visible to you village, you explored and found more corpses. All seemed to be headed out of the town. The noises of rumbling and fighting going on further into the city became louder and more evident. And as you peeked around the corner of a house, you saw your friend, Beer, in a 1-on-1 standoff against someone who you can only assume to be Mother Superior in her equally as large as Beer's wrangled semi-undead form, flinging spells and wrapping her claws and hands around Beer, trying to subdue this target before her. Beer having taken on interesting features of elemental attributes on his body, seemingly slightly become one with the ground around him. During the fight, you came to realize that the source of this rumbling throughout the entire landscape was a Beer trying to force this Mother Superior out of the ground whenever she would hide. The battle continued and you guys decided to join in. And thanks to some swift sword fighting from Reginald, proving that he is indeed still capable despite his old age, you managed to take down Mother Superior. But as things seem to have been sorted, fixed, resolved, Beer turns his weapon against his old friends, and in that moment he came to realize that something might have overtaken Beer. Throughout the fight, you managed to subdue him for a brief moment, and while thinking of a solution, while small Beer Bunny was jumping around, Paluna had the bright idea to walk towards the light, only to find himself unconscious moment later, leaving just Valentina and Lord Reginald to figure out what to do in this moment. A Beer incapable of communication with you in the moment, a Paluna passed out, and both starved as their spell slots. You're finding yourself in this village with few options at hand, and that's where we left off the last time, with Valentina and Lord Reginald having to figure out what the fuck to do next. The scene is yours. You can do as you want.
I believe I went to check on Paluna actually as we were ending.
All right.
I stepped into the thing and you said and that's where we end, like you always do.
Right. You went to check in on Paluna. As you walk into the cabin where you left Paluna, Paluna still lies there unconscious.
Okay. Go check if he has a pulse.
Make a medicine check.
Okay.
Even though you're not versed in this kind of human treatment, you still manage to find a vague pulse on Paluna. A steady rhythm. Nothing out of the usual. He's alive, but still unconscious.
Just try to shake him a little bit, see if he wakes up. Say, Paluna, wake up!
As you shake him, his body just follows the motions of you shaking him without giving resistance. Nothing happens.
Lord Reginald will scour his bags to see if he has any healing potions or anything, but you'll realize he has none, and just goes back out to see what Valentina's doing.
And what is Valentina doing in this moment?
She's currently just sitting next to an unconscious Beer, trying to figure out what to do, looking kind of frantic.
All right.
So, have you thought of anything?
Oh, well, I do have one idea, but it's kind of crazy. You know,
What is it?
how much do you know about artifacts?
I mean, I know a little bit. I know one can consume them. I know they can be extracted, but I don't know how that should work. But
Yes, the extraction. That's what I was thinking.
what do you mean?
Well,
You know how to do that?
no, I don't. Not really. I just... Well, when I have fought people in the past and they've died, I've felt their artifacts leaving their bodies, and as they do, it's kind of like I can hold on to them and consume them for myself.
Okay. I mean, explain a bit more. What's your plan?
Well, the problem is that Beer has elemental artifacts.
Yes, I can see that. He's almost half made out of earth, and
Yes.
yeah.
And I have divine artifacts. And from what I've been told, you can't mesh those together.
Okay.
So, would you be willing to try?
Excuse me.
Don't you want power?
I mean, I haven't really thought about it, but
It just
I
it seems like Beer has consumed
Think
too
that's-
much. If we can relieve him of some of these artifacts, then maybe he would return to normal.
think so. I mean, it's worth a shot, but that means we would be killing him. Then there's no use
Yes.
for him for those artifacts.
Well, I can bring him back.
I see. Yeah, that's a bit risky, now, isn't it?
Yes. But I don't know what else to do.
Well, I think. Okay, I mean, we could try that, but let me give someone a call real quick, okay? See if maybe they could help me out or something. I don't know.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab my necklace of sending.
All right.
I'm gonna.
you- Who are you sending to?
I'm gonna send a message to my brother Dorian.
All right.
Okay, Dorian. Quick question. Could you send me something from where you are? And I'll leave it at that.
Reginald, you came by asking for resources from me, and I declined, and that got you in trouble with your friends. But what do you need?
Well, I need to understand a primordial being. Something made of elements. A scroll of comprehend languages, maybe? Is that something you could manage to send over? Is that something you can do even? I don't know. I know you're quite powerful. Right, you like smooth talking.
All right, I just gotta see real quick. All right. I'm not quite sure where you are at the moment, but comprehend languages, that's yeah,
Name your
sure,
price.
garbage. I mean, I used it as waste paper. I mean,
I know, I never bothered to pick up the spell.
a few moments passes. So the issue is not so much the scroll; it's me having to deliver it. That I have to use like a lot of my energy for the day. Well, not that I use a lot of energy. I just that's besides the point. And the accuracy of the spell might not be perfect. So how do you propose we do this?
I'll send back. Honestly, I have no idea. I just we're in a pickle, and you're the only one I thought maybe could help.
few moments passes.
I'm in some sort of swamp in a village east of some big tree.
Okay.
Not really good at geography.
we have a swamp in, like, just east of us, but if you're there, just come on by.
No, not east of. Wait, is it east of Joaquin's Rest? It isn't, right?
No, you're in the western part of the continent.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say. Never mind. I'll just. Thanks anyway.
Okay.
Leave my message at that. Yeah, don't know what I was thinking. It's never gonna work.
What were you
I'll say to
thinking?
Valentina. Oh, thought maybe my brother could send like a scroll of a spell scroll so we could understand beer, but
I mean,
didn't
I
really
might
think of
be
the
able-
logistics of sending stuff over that long distance, you know. Oh, silly me.
I could possibly help with that.
What do you mean?
Well, I could try to understand him. It's
And you just thought of that now?
well, it wasn't my first thought when he was just yelling around and trying to attack me.
Didn't you hear him like mumble all these weird sounds and didn't think like, I wonder what he's saying. If only I could understand him.
No, really, he's clearly out of his mind.
Well, I mean, I can't blame you. You clearly didn't have the education to distinguish the subtleties of the primordial language like myself, so...
Well, you didn't understand him either,
it's not
did
your
you?
fault. Well, just shut up, okay?
Hey, do you really want to turn on
Can you
each other
do
right
it or
now?
not? Can you do it or
Yes,
not?
but then we have to wake him up again, and then he'll start attacking us again.
Okay, you just cast a spell and you talk to him when he wakes up. I'm sure he will understand you perfectly fine, and you can just, say what you need to say to make him stop attack us. And if not, we just kill him and try the other thing.
Okay.
We don't have that much time to just sit around and do
Alright,
nothing.
alright.
Think about Peluda. He's stable, but who knows for how
Fine.
long?
Just... I don't want him to start attacking me.
I mean, just make sure you cast it before, or I don't know even what kind of spell you're talking about. But I'm sure you know how it works. So just do what you think you need to do. I'll be here with my trusty old rapier ready to defend you.
Okay, so how do you propose to wake him up?
I don't know. You're the healer. You think of something. You have a healing potion? That usually does the trick.
I open my bag and look inside. Yes, I pull out a healing potion and chug it into Beer's mouth.
Alright.
They 2d4
You're
plus 2.
You unscrew the cork, and pour it into Beer's mouth. And briefly after, you begin to hear...
And then I would like to cast tongues on myself.
Alright. So as Beer begins waking up slowly, you hear must find the other pieces. I must find more.
Here, what pieces are you looking for?
The big blue entity before you, with Beer's appearance, looks over at you.
What's he saying?
I must find the other pieces. He gets up on his legs and begins getting back up and grabs the axe.
Like,
Looking.
get into... Can I fly up in the air?
The spell will still be no, well, you're using the boost, right?
Yes.
I would say they're stopped working now. It's been more than a minute.
What pieces do you need? Can you stop attacking? Let's talk.
Make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Persuasion with disadvantage.
Mm.
Hmm.
You didn't touch his arm, so
Oh, I
Right.
should have touched his arm.
yeah.
Move. Stop blocking my way.
Where are you going?
Find the other pieces.
I'm not understanding any of this, right?
You
Why
just hear.
No, from
oh.
Valentina as well.
Oh,
What she say? Don't know if it works like that.
you actually hear what Valentina says.
Do you think he could? You mean those other two ice things? That lady was crazy as well. Remember on the boat?
Oh. Yes. We cannot let him have it.
Did Beer perhaps have a? He was talking about a crown. Does this Beer friend of yours have a crown?
Yes.
He does.
You think so?
Oh well. Okay.
I don't
I'll
think.
pull out the cloak and the fan. You think he's looking for these? I hold them up.
Reginald, I don't think that's a good idea.
Yeah, who was about to turn around and lead you guys,
Oh, God.
stops in his movements. The imposter. I sense her. Turns around and looks at you, Reginald, and lifts his axe above his head and rushes towards you.
Can I do like? I
You have
just
one
imagine
action.
Lord Reginald holding like the cape, like almost like a rodeo bull thing, you know, like in front of him, like yeah, come
Allez.
get this, come get this.
Toro, Toro!
Mhm.
You have one action.
I'll throw them towards him. I'll
You
throw the
throw
cape
the
and the
items?
fan, yeah, in his direction.
Alright. As
Not
you
understanding
throw
what he's
them,
saying, but
You throw the items up into the air, and in the moment you throw them, he swings his axe that in that moment turns completely rock solid and jacked like a swing a mountain club at the clothing. And the clothing just lands and falls over the hammer that is now a hammer, the axe that is now a hammer, and begins to just flailing wildly while the clothing is stuck on the end of the club.
Here, stop it.
Valentina, you hear, "Die, traitor, die!"
Oh, God. He's not here. The imposter isn't dead. I assumed.
Beer is just flailing wildly with his weapon in this moment.
I look over at Reginald.
Well,
What do
at
we
least he's
do?
not attacking us anymore.
He says he needs the other pieces. That's all he's saying. And now he's saying.
And
Die,
here they
imposter.
are.
But we can't. He has had enough artifacts. He can't have any more. Are you? That's the opposite of what we want.
Well, he clearly was going to attack you or me, or I just did. I don't know.
Well,
Is he saying anything?
he's just
Karen
saying he's
just
looking for the
Flaying
pieces.
the weapon around and bashing it into the ground, hoping to get some kind of result. Very determined, trying to ruin these pieces of clothing to the best of his capabilities.
No, he's not saying anything else.
Have you just try to talk to him, okay? Maybe he'll calm down now.
Beer, come on, it's me, Valentina. Remember your friend? Came all this way to save you. Come on, you're still in there, Beer.
Beer's not responding.
It's like talking
Very
to a
preoccupied.
wall.
Well,
This is not Beer. This is not how he acts. He would be so happy to see me. And especially small Beer.
well, no one can see Smallbear. But
Well, he can.
you're still here, right, Smallbear?
Oh no.
Smallbear, are you still around?
Oh, yeah, I'm coming. I was
Okay.
looking out for Paluna.
No,
That's
actually,
good, that's
just
good.
stay there, small Beer. Don't come out, I think.
Oh, is Beer okay?
He'll be okay, I hope. Just stay there. I just remember that Beer probably can see small Beer. Or his outline, anyway.
Ah, yes. Well. Okay, now what? You want to try that other thing then?
Talking is having no effect. What else can I say to him?
I don't know. I don't know the fella.
I cautiously
I don't know.
walk over to Beer and kind of try to put my hand cautiously out to like touch his shoulder or wherever I can reach to.
Make a stealth check for me.
Oh no.
Oh no.
The moment you take your first step towards him, he turns around and looks at you. You carry the clothing, the essence of the imposter, the traitor.
Beer, what happened to your people? Where are they? Just trying to distract him at this point. You know, your family, your tribe.
He reaches out to pull off the clothing wrapped around his club. And the club turns back to an axe, and he looks back at you again.
Reginald, I think it's time to knock him
I'm
out.
not strong enough yet. But you stand in my way. You who carry the imposter. And raises his axe to attack. You have one action to do
Oh.
something.
As I see him, like, start to threaten Valentina, I'll just rush up from behind with my rapier and just give him two quick stabs.
Alright. No need to roll anything. He has been recklessly swinging around, so you have advantage on him, and he has low AC, so you automatically hit and deal damage. You stab him, and once again he succumbs to his wounds and falls on the ground, unconscious.
Okay, so that clearly didn't work. Well, Do we try the other thing?
It's the only way.
Uh,
Okay, listen,
Actually, what?
Reginald. You
Why am I sacrificing myself
do not.
for this guy? What? You don't know what will happen to me if I try to absorb these artifacts.
Maybe you don't have to absorb all of them, just a couple.
What if I become like him? Some deranged lunatic roaming around. That's not how I want my life to end.
No, of course not.
Just promise me if something goes wrong, you'll do whatever you can to, help me out, make it better.
In that moment, both of you feel something from Beer. Something leaving his body. As he has now bled out as no one stabilized him, as he fell unconscious.
I'll
Promise, Lord Reginald. Do you feel that? Try to hold on to that power, but it's your choice. I can't make you do it.
I'll try and connect with it or some way.
As you reach out to try and connect with it, you realize there is no tugging from within you that tries to connect with this power, and it slips away from you and disperses into the air.
It's gone. I couldn't do anything.
Gone? Do I feel anything?
You feel that there is a power that has left in Beer, but it seems to be very refusing of the essence within you.
But I can sense that it has left Beer.
You can sense that it has left Beer.
Does he look visibly any different?
For the moment, no.
Okay, I don't have time to wait around. Let's try this. And I put my hands on him and I cast Revivify at first level.
Alright. Please roll a spellcasting DC for me. So, a spell attack roll for me.
What's the quickest way of doing that?
Roll 1d20 plus 5, I think? 6.
Spell attack.
7.
It's usually pretty high. 7, 8, depending on your modifier.
Where do I see my modifier? Is it my spell attack bonus?
It's your
Click on
spell-
spells.
So you have plus 4 wisdom, right? And it's also your
And say plus
proficiency.
8.
So that's
I'm sorry, what?
D20 plus 8.
Yeah.
easy enough. You feel a resistance within Beer's body, something resisting your divine powers that are trying to bring life back to this body before you. But you overcome that resistance, and you feel the energy rush into Beer. And as the energy flows through him, the fragments of dirt and earth on him shatters and crumbles and turns into dust and dirt and brushes off him. He begins to regain his normal facial features, and he slightly shrinks in stature as well.
Did it work?
Beer, in this moment, you wake up.
Oh god.
Where am I?
Here. Looks sitting like crouched next to him, holding his hand.
Tina. Hey,
It's you!
you're here.
King Arkham. You're alive! You're back to yourself!
Wait, what? What happened?
You You've been gone for a long time. We found you here in these swamps, and you were completely different, consumed with elemental power.
Where I was.
Yeah, yes.
All I remember is like having some tea with some old lady. She was like really nice. Yeah, that's about it. Wait, what? What happened? Where am I? I was in like a nice village. Just like all my friends from back home, they were here. Where are they?
I don't think they're here anymore. We didn't see anyone else that was alive other than that hag you were fighting, or whatever she was.
I was fighting?
Yeah.
To be honest, I don't really remember that much. But if you say so. Oh, my head hurts.
I tried to. I get up from the ground and I reach out a hand to help him get up as well.
Thanks. So, where's everyone else?
Well,
Where's Paluna? Where's Smallbear?
first of all, this is Lord Reginald here. Lord Reginald.
Hello. Hello. You must be Bear. Lord Reginald, Percival, Chauncey, Theobald, Amberville, at your service. Yeah, sure. Cool.
He's been traveling with us, and he helped take out that creature you were fighting. And Paluna, well, it's a different story. He's right in there, and so is Smallbeer. I point to the cabin.
Yeah, Smallbear! Smallbear, you here?
Is that good or bad beer that I hear?
It's okay, Smallbeer. You can come out now.
No. If
It's
we
me.
were,
It's me, your
No,
pal. Bear.
I don't trust it. If we were to make something together, what would that be?
A brewery, of course.
Beer?
Yes.
If you could see him come running at you, but instead you see footsteps appearing, and you can't see the outline, right? So you see the outline of Smallbeer rushing and leaving footprints in the muddy, mushy ground below, and instantly feel a massive bear hug around you.
Buddy.
Oh, you smell weird.
I do. Don't need to have another bath, do I?
You smell like you had a bath in like old water or something.
Ew. Well,
How
are you doing?
I'm still. I mean, Paluna and
Happy
Lord
as I am
Reginald.
about this happy reunion, we really have to figure out what to do with Paluna.
But I just got beer back, and now you're gonna ruin it, Valentina. Don't make me do something I will regret.
Hey, Smallbear.
Yes.
You got really good at that Quillbook thing we do. Like going invisible.
Yeah, it's kind of stuck with me.
Wait, what?
So,
What did they do to you?
no,
Do you-
well, I mean, I'm.
Beer, how little do you remember? You were there. got turned
I
invisible.
was.
On the-
You were kind of crying
Oh,
that
yeah.
you were the reason that I was like invisible and stuff. But
Yeah, no,
I don't know what that's
my
supposed to
head hurts
mean.
a lot.
But it's
It's all a bit like blurry, I have like these fragments of like things happening, but honestly, I'm not sure if they were even real.
It is weird. Have you seen any of our villagers of tribesmen while you've been out here?
Oh yeah, they were all here.
They were. Oh,
Yeah, we have this like awesome festival
Wait.
for this lady. She was like village doctor. She was like really cool, and everyone was like, "Oh, she's so sweet." The mother superior, so nice. And we then had like tea and
You see the outline of Smallbeard look towards a pile of bones and clothes and like, she was sweet.
I think so. She gave me like a lot of tea, like
Valentina, are we
like,
the bad guys?
like almost 10 cups of tea or something.
Did we kill a nice old lady?
No, she was absolutely not nice.
But Beer says she was nice. I trust Beer. Oh no, we killed a nice old lady.
Oh, don't cry. Don't cry, small bear. Everything's fine now. We're back together, you know.
Oh, yeah.
I remember, like, all of a sudden I woke up and I was gone on the boat, you know, so I'm happy we're back together.
How did you do that?
I honestly don't know. I just was here.
Is that one of your like druid things, or is that like?
Oh, that would be so cool.
Imagine that you can like do that.
Yeah, no, that would be awesome.
Yeah.
Hey, let me try again. Oh, actually, no,
gosh.
we're just
okay.
back together now.
Valentina seems annoyed and something. She What?
What's about Paluna? You said something.
When this creature you were fighting died, she left behind some sort of pillar of light or something, and Poluna walked into it, and now he's passed out.
Why would he do that? That doesn't seem like a smart thing to do.
I don't know.
I don't know, but honestly, I think we have learned by now that we're probably not the smartest. When Valentina is the smartest in the group, you know it's pretty bad. Well, now Reginald
Valentina
is here
just
now.
stares at where she hears the voice of Smallbeer coming from, and if looks could kill.
So,
okay. Where is he? Like,
I open the door to the cabin and walk in to check on Poluna. And
he's taking a sweet nap. Reginald says he's fine. So, by the way, Lord Reginald has been teaching me how to like read and write, and it's so difficult. I don't know. Sometimes he makes it really clear and easy to understand, but other times I don't understand him.
oh, that's pretty nice of him.
Yeah, he can teach you too. Wait, can you read and write?
I think so. I don't know.
Oh.
That sounds boring, though.
But he says that you need it if you want to like do magic, like ooh, like.
Oh.
Beer, come in and check in here on Poluna.
Okay, we should probably listen to her. Damn, she sounds like my mom at this point.
Yeah, what happened to her? She's all bossy and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of happened since you've been
Can't
gone.
catch a break. Can't.
Yeah. Paluna almost died like 2 more times, but
Wait, really? Oh.
yeah, he's the new Kira.
I knew. I knew this would happen if I were to go away. Anyways, let's go check.
Yeah, let's go check. I'll just sit here and watch you guys.
Okay, we'll follow.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyway.
Alright, I would like to check on how Poluna's doing. Is he still just passed out?
Make a medicine check. Yeah, You're having some trouble finding the pulse. But when you finally found it, it seems stable, regular. Nothing out of the ordinary.
You know, he seems fine, except that he's not waking up. I tried to shake him a little bit. Luna? Can you hear me?
In the same fashion that Reginald shaked him, Balloon just follows the motion of you without resisting and doesn't wake up.
One problem to the next. I look up to see if I see Lord Reginald.
He's there as well. Don't make me. Why are you doing this to me?
This is your life now. You're two PCs for the
No,
rest of
I'm
the
not playing
campaign.
2 characters. Yeah, you see Lord Reginald, yeah? Sure. He's there.
Okay.
He's not saying anything, he's just looking at you.
He's just looking at you.
Lord Reginald. We got beer up. Now we have to deal with Balloona. Do you have any ideas?
No. We probably need a healer or something. You know, someone that knows what they're doing.
What is that supposed to mean?
Nothing. I'm just tired, okay? Feel like I have voices in my head or something.
Well,
Just don't mind me. Yeah, we should, you know, take him and go somewhere. Somewhere safe.
well,
Do you have any
we're
ideas?
going to Breakpoint next, and that's certainly not safe.
I mean, I could. No, I can't. If I had some more power left, I could transcribe a teleportation circle and whisk us away. But alas.
You know, maybe he just needs some sleep. I mean, he's had a very long day. Well, so have we all, but like,
Me too. I could use some sleep.
I mean, we just like I don't really like how this looks, but we can stay in here and hide, and whoever like has the most we all fucked up, aren't we? Oh, sorry, I'm not supposed to say that word. We all
What are you trying to say?
we can just hide in here and sleep, and whoever feels most confident can look out while we sleep.
Right.
Yeah, so I think that's a decent idea. A small beer.
What time of day is it now, Ish?
It's around midday.
Never too early for a quick nap. I'll keep first watch if you want, and y'all can rest.
All right. Are we doing
How does that sound?
a long rest?
Yes, why not?
All right. You can wake me in 4 hours, and I'll take the rest of the watch.
Okay, we can do that.
Oh,
Alright, you want to cuddle while we sleep, small bear?
yeah, I was just about to ask, like, can you like turn into a fussy bear, and I'll.
Sure, why not?
Okay.
Bear shapes into a bear. If he can, so I don't know.
Easy enough to do. You turn into a bear. Yeah, I miss this. Reginald, this is what we talked about. Like, we can all sleep up against bear, and all right, you're taking the first.
Oh, that sounds very comfortable, actually.
Yeah.
Bear, I know we don't really know each other, but would you mind if I snuggled up to you as well?
The more the merrier. We're used to that in our tribes, so I don't think he minds. You can just yeah. But I take dips on his belly.
Sure, yeah, you can do that, old man. That's fine.
The bear says,
Yeah. It doesn't just exactly.
He says yes.
All right. Well, off to bed, everyone.
Yeah. Reginald, try not to let anyone come and take us, okay? We just got together again. So if they have to kidnap us, they have to do it together, all of us.
Wake me if anything happens, Lord Reginald.
I will do.
All right.
For the first 10 minutes of the watch, I will ritually cast Find Familiar.
All right.
And
What animal do you pop out?
Mr. Whiskers appears again.
A very cold, wet cat. No longer wet and cold.
Yeah. I'll mark off 10 gold for now. I'll put him on top of the house and close the door. So he's just like perched on the roof like that.
Nothing unusual about that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you all have rooftop cats that looks out for you? No? Just me? Okay.
So, 1 second. What did you say?
Nothing important. All right.
Rooftop cat, yeah, sorry.
Yep. So, you all begin to take a long rest, and for that I need Lord Reginald to make a perception check as you sit there in the house.
Yeah. Perception. 15.
All right. Sitting there listening to your surroundings, you hear sounds that you also heard when you approached this village, of things being dragged, pulled, wood giving off old wood sounds, twisting branches, something burrowing and resurfacing elsewhere, but nothing that gives off an immediate sense of threat. Looking over your party members, you find that Beer in bear form is resting tightly and comfortably with Small Beer. Well, you assume where Small Beer is. And Paluna is moving in his seemingly dreamlike state, restless movements, as if someone was having bad nightmares.
While Lord Reginald is having watch, I'll step outside the door real quick and like scout around, see if I can see like any of the tribe members from Bear. I assume he was in his normal form for a bit, right?
Yes.
I'll see if I can see any people resembling what I just saw from him.
Do you like walk around, or do you just like stay near the house?
I'll walk around a little bit, and then since the cat is on top of the house, I'll just periodically like shift into his eyes real quick to see if like anyone's like if there's anything going on there.
All right. Make an insight check for me.
8.
Looking around, you see the remains of what you presume to be the villagers of this city, this town, that all seem to have been adorned with the same kind of clothing of mossy, branching red and brown robes. No one seems to stick out in particular, aside from your big blue enemy from earlier.
So, no. Okay, I'll just go back to the house and do my watch, just quietly looking at my friends, see if they are well. And that's it.
Paluna, during your long passed out state, You have dreams. Dreams that you have had often before. But something has changed. Valentina. Nothing comes to you during your dreams. You wake up naturally after 4 hours of rest, having completed a long rest and recovered your spells.
Yay. Much needed.
Oh, yeah, you're awake.
Yes, everything quiet?
Yeah, everything's been fine. I had a quick snoop around, but you sure there was like other furbolgs like your friend here? Can't see any. Not among the corpses or just in general. Doesn't seem to be anyone left here.
That's what he said, but I'm afraid they might have perished. I mean, there was a lot of
Oh
bodies
dear.
being sucked into the swamps, remember when we arrived?
Yes, that's an image I won't be getting out of my head anytime soon.
If there is anyone left alive, we'll find them. We'll get some rest.
Right. Yeah, I will. I'll walk up to the bear and just like sit down with my back against it and just lean my head backwards and try to get some sleep.
Unusually comfortable. You've seen a few bare carpets laying around in your family's home. And from time to time in a drunken stupor, you have laid down on them to have some rest, but they have not been quite as comfortable as the actual thing in flesh and bone.
Yes, all this meat is very comfortable. Who knew? Alright,
Resting.
good night.
Good night.
Day.
Rest comes to you. The nature of things are so that Valentina is the only one who needs 4 hours, and Reginald needs 8 to recover to really get a full long rest. So in total, you guys will be sleeping for 12 hours. Well, Valentina will be rolling her thumbs, sitting in the corner of the house, waiting for things to happen. Valentina, please make a perception check for me. Very much mimicking the events that happened when Lord Reginald were taking his shift. You hear the sound of wood moving about, things being pulled underground, and
Things being pulled on the ground.
in the same fashion that when you came towards the swamp, you saw half-consumed carcasses being pulled underneath.
Oh god.
The sound of that happening around you continues. But nothing happens. You also notice that Poluna is very much having a very restless sleep, moving about, twitching.
I sit down next to him and try to hold him still a little bit and Poluna, can you hear me? You there? I'm having a bad dream. Poluna, hello?
In that moment, Poluna wakes up in a rushed moment, drenched in sweat on his forehead, and the first thing Poluna sees are twisted images, almost materializing in the real world from his dreams before his vision turns normal.
stares back.
Wait.
I stare.
Luna. Wait, can you hear me? Can you see me?
The horror. The dark. I can't see you. I saw too much.
It's okay. It's okay. It was just a dream. You're awake now.
No. No, it was no dream. No. No, you don't understand what we did.
What do you mean?
It was a cage. We killed the cage. But it needs to stay locked up. And now I'm it. I'm the cage. It can't end. It mustn't end. You don't understand. Poluna says a word, a noise, but it doesn't really register as such. There's nothing really. It's like a blank moment. It must never be allowed to be free. The cycle must continue, and I must carry it on.
What are you talking about? That makes no sense. What cage?
Poluna sits up in like a fetal position and shivers, and I am the cycle.
Oh no.
Poluna staggers to his legs and just stumbles outside.
I follow him.
And then sees, I don't know, the start of the morning sun and immediately falls to his knees again. I'm alive, but at what cost?
Luna, what happened to you? What did you see? I don't understand.
I point to where the corpse of the hag was, where the pillar of light erupted. I saw what happened to her and what happened to me, and has to happen.
What happened?
That's the problem. I don't understand. All I know is that nature abhors an abyss. It has to be filled with something. And now I understand why. Let's not talk more about this. I'm still me. I'm just...
Okay. Okay. You're okay.
Yeah. Okay. I'm okay.
Just
Poluna sits down and just looks out placidly. There may once have been light in his eyes, in his bright blue eyes, but they have dimmed. All you see now is pupils that stare out. And if you look into them, all you'll see is the abyss staring back.
I sit down next to him and look at him. Luna, you don't understand what happened to you or what you saw, but we'll get through this.
Oh, that's the plan. There's only ever one option. To walk on. And in this case, I'm what stands between it and without.
Tina's just visibly confused by what the fuck he's talking about. Hey, at least you're awake and Beer is awake and no one died. Well,
I
except
look around at the landscape.
one that matters.
There's nothing we can do here, is there? There's nobody left to save.
I think you're right. I haven't seen anyone else alive here. I can keep hearing those vines or whatever pulling corpses down, like in the swamps.
The abyss takes many forms. The end, the depth, but they're all reflection of it. This coven was just one reflection of how the endless meaningless is portrayed. If you want rid of it, you have to cleanse it, burn it. This forest will never be for the living again until something truly holy cleanses it.
How do you know that?
Because it's the only thing that makes sense anymore.
Alright, well the others are still resting. Do you think you want to rest a little bit? And through a lot?
Sleep is not something I want much more of. All I'll see is what's really there inside me.
What do you mean what's really there inside you? The cage?
I only have one guess. It's the only thing that makes sense. Remember back at the castle in Eastwatch?
Yes?
The king was an avatar. Too much power stuffed into one body. The embodiment of some divinity.
Yes.
But not all divinity is appreciative, good, or even worth it. Isn't another way of looking at an avatar just a cage? Something that contains whatever's there. Can feel the power. Can feel the strength of the void.
Void?
I don't know if I'm possessed, but there's definitely something in there now.
You must have consumed that creature's powers without meaning to.
Consuming, eating, that implies that it becomes you. I don't think you can consume this. I think the cycle demands that it consume you.
I see.
Like I said, let's not linger over long of this. I have nothing but impression and fear. I must move on. I must keep going. If I don't, I'll have to know. I'll have to remember. I'll have to look at the abyss again.
Okay. Well, let's let the others rest and just get some fresh air, and maybe that will clear your mind.
Hopefully.
You want to see if we can spot any one of those furbolgs?
I can go for a walk.
Yeah.
If you stay here.
Are you sure? I can come with you.
I think they should still be guarded. We're not safe here. That or we double the watch. We both look out. But look at this place. There's nothing alive here.
Alright. Just don't walk too far.
Luna will just walk around to see if he can spot any signs of life. amid this hellscape.
Alright. Make a perception check for me and an insight check.
So 2 ends of the spectrum here.
Apparently so. Looking around, specifically looking for something moving, you see massive dead trees, or seemingly dead trees, that you have had slight experiences with, those that give off a sort of necrotic energy when you approach them. You see their roots submerging deep, moving actively and resurfacing elsewhere, grasping one of the dead corpses of a villager and pulls it down. And as you keep walking around, looking at these villagers that might become the next target for one of these trees, you realize that all of them have gone through some kind of transformation. They resemble humans, but their facial features are distorted, and what seems to have been branches and leaves and mud has become part of their clothing and skin itself. And that repeats. Elves, dwarves, furbolgs that have taken brownish, greenish skin shape. And most of them, of all the races that you walk by, seem to have been killed by some kind of elemental protrusion or a big cleave into one of their body parts that have sealed their fate in some way.
So much death. Nothing but a grisly reminder left, I suppose. Might as well pick myself up. I walk back to everyone.
Well, Luna,
Walk
did
back
you
to
find
Valentina.
anything?
The trees are like coffins for everybody. They have the faces and the looks of the dead. It's like a metamorphosis almost. I don't know what happens if we'll leave it alone. On a more morbid but intriguing side, maybe it's like some kind of zombie forest?
Zombie?
Yeah, I mean, I guide her over to one of the trees to sort of show her the almost like person that's coming through the tree or existing from the tree.
God, awful.
Yeah, it kind of is.
Did you see any furbolgs?
Oh yes, and elves, and other things.
Poor Pier. I wonder what happened to them.
I don't know. I mean, the only thing I know is that everything has been killed somehow. But what goes from here? I have no idea.
The faster we can get out of here, the better. I don't like this place one bit.
I hate to say this, but I think a literal battlefield between zealots, paladins of a righteous god, and vampires is a more cheerful and hopeful environment than this.
I think you might be right. Come on,
Well-
let's head back.
I head back with Valentina.
Alright. You're approximately 4 to 5 hours into your shift at this moment, and you still need additional 3 to finish the long rest. Is there anything you guys want to do while waiting for for B and Reginald to wake up.
I would contact Captain Raymond now that my memories have been regained. And tell him, I'm sorry for leaving you in the dark for so long. My memories were taken from me shortly after I awoke. I'm alive and back out adventuring, though the stakes have gotten a bit high for me. I hope you're well.
It doesn't take long before you get a response. Paluna! It's been a while. I thought you'd forgotten about me. Well, I mean, when you have time, swing by. I live in the Noble District next to Guilford Commons. Well, he doesn't live there anymore, but you'll know the way.
I'm currently all the way in the Enchanted Forests. I suppose you would say back home, but this place has been... It's been through the ringer. I hate to say it, but this place is more depressing than Darkmont.
Oh, have you heard the news about Darkmont? Some people kind of resolved the... well, not resolved, but they made changes to that. They're working on making changes to that place. But Paluna, you always belong to the ocean, and I miss you. Our time together. I'm too old for that now, but I would love to hear your stories, elves and all that.
Well, I can certainly say I've had a few, although there was a rather long pause. I only woke up in Darkmont some months ago. Incidentally, I'm part of the people that changed the situation there. I'll find a way to share some stories in person next time in Eastwatch. I'm sure adventures will take me there eventually.
I'm looking forward to that, Paluna. I have all the beverages you could ever ask for. Having served the king for a long time has earned quite a bit of gold. Come around when you have time.
I just have one question. That day in Darkmont where you lost me, how many years ago was that?
Should have been about 32 years by now. Honestly, I thought you were dead, so I stopped counting after the first 10 years.
Oh no, that's fair. It's just something weird is going on. It's more for personal investigations of what's going on right now, but thank you. If I'm in Eastwatch, I'll come by, and if you ever, for some reason, want to make a courtesy call, you might be able to seek me out in Darkmont.
All right. Take care of yourself, and I look forward to seeing you.
You
Stay
too.
safe.
You too.
Anything else?
I would walk outside, walk around just the house and stuff nearby, and quickly peer around to see if there's any carts, like that animals have used, carriages, stuff like that. Since this place is abandoned now.
I thought you were looking for someone to play Gwent with, but
I was looking for carts,
carts.
yeah. like carriages.
Oh, okay.
That's all these pressing matters, but let's play some Gwent.
Yeah, let's play some Gwent. Good little time for that.
Pick up my poor fucking monster deck. You find egg. That was fun. You find mushrooms in it.
Looking around with quick glance, nothing that stands out, appearing as a cart of some sorts.
Alright.
You also gather quickly that a cart moving about in the swampy area wouldn't be very functional.
Fair enough. I'll just
So-
spend the rest of the time until the rest of you guys wake up. Just play some Gwent.
All right,
Yeah,
against
I
yourself.
imagine like we find a
Yeah,
deck
but not
of
with
cards and just
Paluna.
play cards.
Paluna's like losing his mind and depressed, and we're in the swamps where everyone is dead. And I'll go walk up to Paluna and be like, "So, you want to play some Gwent?"
Sure, whatever.
Careful, Paluna might be cheating with sleight of hand.
True.
All right. The
I mean,
past.
Luna's definitely flicking his card slot,
Hmm.
making it really hard to keep track of what's what.
Bruh. The last 3 hours go quickly by as you guys sit there and play Gwent. And as the sun has begun to climb on the sky, Lord Reginald, Small Beer, and Beer wakes up. God, I needed that.
Oh, that was probably the best sleep I've ever had.
Good morning.
know.
Hey,
Morning.
Paluna! You... Are you okay?
Small
You look a
Beer.
bit... Huh? What?
There's different kinds of okay in play here. There is the my body is whole. I can breathe air unmolested. I'm okay in that way. Sort of tap my head. What's going up here isn't okay, and it's not gonna be okay for a while.
Valentina, can you do anything about that? Can you, like, make his brain not be that?
Please don't try that, Valentina.
I don't think
I'm
anyone
pretty
can do
afraid
that.
of the literal backlash.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. At least not currently. Until I get some dust. Although I'm not sure if Paluna's situation is something that can be remedied so easily.
He's a
See,
bit
Paluna
worried.
shakes his head.
Oh.
Nope. This one's with me until death, I think.
Okay.
What happened to you? Also, what were
I
you
can
thinking,
only-
you fool?
Well, I was hoping that somehow stepping into the beam of light might somehow help cure beer.
And
I was hoping those two would go together somehow. It didn't. And I'm... Oh,
What
oh
happened?
boy, am I going to be paying a price for that one.
Are you drunk? Are you having a hangover?
Oh, I wish this was just a hangover.
Mm,
Oh.
mm.
This would be great if this was just a hangover. It's honestly more of a theoretical at this point, but I think I might either be an avatar or be possessed by an avatar of a god. That's
What?
Wait.
What?
all I
which
can come up
god?
with.
Oh,
Well, that's the thing, it doesn't... It,
have
It
you
has
heard
a
any
name.
voices?
but I can't really say the name. It's like... I don't know, and Paluna just like makes the mouth movement, says a thing, and it's just completely it doesn't at all.
Yeah, I
If
don't
you
know
guys
that
ever
guy.
read Lovecraft, it's like the city of Willech, which literally can't be pronounced, but it can be made as a sound. Like it's completely incomprehensible.
Can you say it in another way?
Paluna just shakes his head.
Hmm.
All I know is that something hammered that, and like, just
Can,
the depth of the ocean is right there. The abyss is never far away. And I won't ever be able to not stare back from it. Oh, this
Can
is
I
gonna be
do
so hard.
I don't know, maybe like a religion check or something. See if I've ever read about any of these things.
Sure, make a religion check for me.
Well, that's disappointing. 11.
I mean, you're fairly familiar with Tyr and Torm.
I haven't read about any obscure gods, I guess.
Not really.
Well, I'm afraid I can't really help you there, Paluna. But I'm glad you're at least awake. Hey, for now.
Yeah. It's the kind of thing that's gonna have consequences at some point later. And they're going to probably be dramatic and drastic consequences with great amounts of portent, and there's gonna be nothing I can do to stop it. But
Oh,
for now
I
I'm alive.
disagree. I'm not intending to just sit around and wait for bad stuff to happen. We will find something that will help you with this. I'm sure of it. We'll make it of great importance.
If such a thing exists, I would be eternally grateful. But my only fear is that whatever followed in with that light should never be let loose.
Well, if all else fails, we just put you in a tomb again, I guess. No, poor attempt of a
You can
joke.
just-
My bad. I'm sorry.
You can just see Paluna, like, the man already knows how to do like 1,000-yard stairs, and the man has added an extra 0 to that. He is just absolutely zoned out into the horizon on that comment.
So, well, everyone's alive and
Yeah.
well.
Beer, how are you feeling?
Like a bear rumbling.
You're still a bear, Beer. Can you return to normal?
Yeah, I'm back. As he shifts back into his normal.
Paluna goes up and hugs Beer. You're back, buddy.
Hey, Luna.
God, you're back.
I think I understood most of what you said, but that's not good.
That's
I'm sorry, buddy.
understanding, not understanding. It doesn't matter. We just have to move on. It's all we
Alright.
can ever do.
Let's go find my people. They should be around here somewhere.
Beer.
He just steps
Look at me.
outside, like starts walking, heading towards the door.
Oh, we should find, and then we can help Darkmon. As you guys talked about with like making stuff grow.
I just
Right.
look over at Paluna and I was thinking, like, how are you gonna tell?
Tell me what.
Valentina, there's only the truth left here. There's nothing else to do.
Beer?
Guys, I can hear you. Like, tell me what.
I know. I just start saying, I go follow me, and I start trailing a line to one of the trees that has a Furbolg engraved in it.
That looks like one of. How did they carve
Hey.
that? That's so cool. Can we?
What's this, guys? Like, that's not funny.
It's very much not funny.
Who did that?
Everything that
Wait,
seems to have been killed here shows up on these trees.
Piss
Walk on.
starts looking around like.
I walk onto one of the trees with an elf in it. We can both draw our own conclusions. I don't just think it's one man's people that rest here. It's both of ours. We were too late.
No. Don't
My
say
family
that.
home. It's destroyed. Much like yours.
Just stop it. It's not funny, Paluna.
It's not.
Bear just runs away. finding other trees, like see if we can find anyone.
Looking around all trees, they all seem to, those that you find that have Ferber-like features, they have become so distorted and twisted that it is hard to tell if they resemble some from your own tribe. Please roll a perception check for me.
Ah, yes, my other character with very good perception.
Yeah. You got a plenty of perception.
17.
Oh.
This man is juggling character sheet right now.
One of the trees do seem to resemble someone from your tribe, but with their twisted and distorted nature, it is very hard to pinpoint, but something tells you that this could very much have been someone from your tribe. But looking around at the corpses around you of people who have been mutilated, you find a person who you refer to as the Elder, who first greeted you when you came to this village. They're still adorning the brown and green robe and have branches and mud in their attire and have this green-like skin, but they have not yet been consumed by a tree. What you do recognize is an axe wound in their back.
Pull up my own axe. I like compare the size of the wound.
They very much line up.
No, it can't be. What did I do? I don't remember.
I have a question for you, Beer. Paluna approaches.
Did I do this?
I have a question. If you were... If someone took your mind, controlled you like a puppet, swung your arms for you, used your body to their whims, are you responsible for what your body did?
I don't know.
I don't
I
think
just
you
don't
are.
remember. I don't remember doing any of this. Did I kill all these people?
No. No, the most direct
How could I have done
responsibility...
this?
The one responsible for this would have been Mother Superior. I saw it in her. She captured you when you came here. Then...
I don't remember. All I remember is like this nice old lady.
Your memories play tricks on you. She captured you, enchanted you, and then force-fed you artifact upon artifact. With
Wait,
no
how
regard
do you know
for...
this? Were you here? How do you know this?
It's a story that must be told from a beginning. Let me rewind. We came chasing after you disappeared from the ship. Figured you'd be in this area of the world based on our last communication with you and the wish I made. We came as fast as we could. When we arrived, this place looked like this. Death in abundance. We found two giants fighting. One looking like you, but consumed with elemental power and chaos, bursting at the seams with different elements, especially that of the earth. And an old crone wearing robes of ritual, much akin to what we found in the Feywilds. You were fighting, it was a fierce war. It's one of the greatest destructive battles I've ever seen. You two went at it like, well, monsters from beyond this world. We interceded and brought down Mother Superior, but you would not calm down. You were consumed by artifacts of elemental power, of madness. Nothing we did could bring you back. I stepped into a beam of light that sundered from Mother Superior's corpse, and I'm going to pay a very big price for that. Valentina and Lord Reginald must have done something, since you're back now. but during that battle, I saw a vision, and my time in this light only gave me more of Mother Superior's memories. She was a twisted, evil being, made a coven for nothing but her own power, to spread her own might, to spread her own evil. Then, well, you came. She enthralled you. She made you her puppet, somehow. And fed you artifact upon artifact upon artifact. Engorged you in powers far beyond what could prove stable. And I think this destruction is, well, an apocalyptic leftover of that.
Oh. I see. So it was me, but
No,
not me at the same time.
it was your body, but it was never your hand.
I don't know how to feel about this. I need to think about this.
So do I. Look at them. I point to a tree with an elf. If I've looked hard enough or for long enough, I think I might find someone I once knew.
Oh. Well, guess my mission to save my people didn't succeed.
Perhaps not all is lost.
What do you mean?
These trees, this forest, why does it keep their visages? Merely as an artifact of what it consumes or something else? And another question, how does a people die? Is it the end because everyone is dead? Because no living memory is left?
Oh, I'm still alive.
So a small beer.
Well, he's not of my tribe, but I guess not my original tribe. But he is of my new tribe, I guess.
Are we making a tribe? Oh,
I
can I
mean,
be
do you
can I
want
be
to?
the elder?
Let's play a game for it, okay?
Oh, okay. Drinking game? Hide
No,
and seek?
let's play like rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, okay.
Alright,
No.
are you ready?
Oh,
Do you know how it works?
I mean, I
Wait, I can't see your hand, so you might be cheating.
How about you
Just
figure
shout-
out
just
that
shout it.
later?
No, just shout it at the same time, okay?
oh,
You either shout rock, scissors, or paper.
okay. Okay.
Let's go.
Paper.
No, I go, okay? Like we do
Oh,
like 3,
oh,
2,
oh.
1, and then you shout.
Paper. Oh,
Okay, one more time.
okay.
3, 2, 1, rock!
Paper.
Ah,
Wait.
shit, you win. Dang it.
Wait. Am I the?
Yeah, you're the elf now.
Oh, okay. So I declare as my first rule that Paluna and Lord Reginald is going to be my teacher.
Okay.
Can
That
I do
sounds good.
Maybe we can teach on the road.
Yes,
We shouldn't
we
forget
need
we
to.
don't have a lot of time before
go.
we need to get a message back to the ship. Or get to Breakpoint.
I'm sorry about what happened to your beer and Baluna. There's nothing
What
left
did you
for
do,
us here.
Valentina?
What?
What did you do? Why are you apologizing?
Well, I didn't do it. I'm just sorry that it happened.
Me too.
Thank you.
Oh,
Guys, yeah, I've been thinking. And, well, I was thinking a long time before, actually. When we started this whole journey of saving my people. And that was, that if we were to save them, we would bring them back to Darkmouth, and they could help, maybe set up the brewery a little bit, or do something with the lands. And then they could go back to the Feywilds, But now that they're just gone, I think I need to go back, to Darkmouth and live my life to the fullest. And I've always talked about starting that brewery, and I think it's time, I just don't really have anything to fight for anymore. If you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think it's just time for me and Small Bear, just go back and start that brewery, live a peaceful life. Hang up the axe.
Hang up the axe.
What do you say, Small Bear?
but Beer, you're so cool and like strong, and these guys won't make it without you. Are you sure? We can.
I'm
we
sure
can
they
help.
will make it without me.
We'll make it.
Oh,
They have a new friend.
they.
He seems like a pretty decent
I
guy.
don't understand this, Beer.
What?
I need to go save my people now, and you're bailing? I helped you as best as I could. I went to the Feywilds with you. I came here for you.
Valentina. He's been through a lot.
I just need a break, okay? I killed my people, Valentina. I don't expect you to understand, but just I'm sorry, okay? It's just something I have to do. I have to take care of my tribe now. So I'm all that's left and Small Bear, It's just I know you're my friends, and it's just what I have to do.
We'll still come back to Darkmouth every now and again. No?
Yeah, and I'll be
It's
there
not like
to
it's
take care
goodbye
of
for
it.
long.
While you guys are here. And I'll take care of Darkmouth in the meantime, and sure, maybe after a little while I'll come on another adventure, and I just don't think I could, take this axe and use it again after what I did with it. Just feels wrong.
I understand.
I'm sorry, if you don't understand, that's fine. You can be angry at me.
No,
I've made my decision, okay?
For what it's worth, Valentina, you'll still have poor old me. I'm going to be a lot harder to get rid of now.
I'm here. I'll help you, Valentina. Don't worry about it.
Oh, alright. I understand you've been through a lot, Beer.
I think it's time to... Yeah, I guess
I'm
the deed is the
sorry,
fastest
okay.
way from here.
Yeah, if I could use that, I would appreciate that. Or if you could, use it to open the portal, and then I'll step through. You could keep all of it. I'm sorry, okay? It's just, I think it's just what I need to do.
Okay.
What do you think, Small Bear? Are you ready to start that brewery?
Yeah, I guess so. But I will still be calling you guys when I need more advice on like picking logs or like how to shoot my bow or throw my knives or reading. How can you teach me reading when I'm not here, Reginald?
We'll go to, like, we'll get some books. We'll try.
Besides,
Also, we need to
it's not
figure
like we
out,
don't
like,
intend to come back to Darkmont.
yeah,
Because-
maybe someone there knows how to turn Swalbear back, you know? Make him visible again.
You gotta promise me to come and visit, okay? You may not be able to see me, but I will be seeing you.
Yeah. We'll visit.
All right.
Alright, go give everyone a hug, Small Bear, and say your goodbyes, and we're gonna be off.
Okay. None of you guys see it, but you feel like arms tucking around you one by one.
I'll try to return the hug.
Lingers for a bit and then moves on to Valentina. A bit hesitant, but locks arms around her and then proceeds to walk off.
Good luck, Smellbeer.
Good luck saving your people. I hope you have better luck than we did.
Thank you.
Just one thing, Beer. I understand you really want to get back fast, but I do kind of have a ship stuck somewhere off the coast. If you for some reason don't feel like going to Darkmont immediately, would you be willing to take care of that ship? And the crew on it? They're kind of out here alone right now. Just struck me.
It's only been, 2 days?
A week.
Well,
You spend like 4 or 5 days walking to Paluna's hometown through the forest. And
Oh,
then
yeah.
you spend 2
Right.
days walking to the swamp.
They need a hunter to keep them supplied.
I know nothing about sailing boat.
Oh, I was more thinking making sure they had food enough. Again, if you need to go to Darkmont now, then go.
I think it's best if we just go use the deed. I'm sorry. They'll be fine, right?
You can see
I'm
Paluna
sure
just has
they'll
like that,
be
like
fine.
you can see Paluna actually like slightly having like, oh, how do I figure this one out? Yeah, they'll be fine. They'll be fine. I'll figure something out.
I pull out the deeds, Darkman.
I'll,
How do we, do this?
Yeah, how do you do it? No, you just think of opening it while holding it, and it happens.
I'll walk up to Lord Reginald, give him a firm handshake, and then I'll hug Paluna.
Hug him back.
You take care of that problem of yours, yeah? Don't go dying now. I'll see you back in Darkmont. Then
See you, Beers.
Walk up to actually before nah, actually that's fine. I'll walk up to Valentina and just look at her, hold out my arms open, see if she wants to hug me after.
Valentina
Maybe think
like
about it.
considers it for a moment, looking a little bit angry, but then she gives in and gives him a hug.
Just give her a big hug.
I'll miss you, Beer.
I'm sorry, but I'm sorry, Van.
I understand.
Thank you.
I'm happy you're safe.
Me too. thinking of you guys. Alright, small bit. Hold my hand.
Okay. Okay, I'm ready. Let's do this.
Alright, open it up.
Hold out the deed and think of a portal to Darkmund.
In the same fashion that when you were Lord Edmund warned, a portal, like a circle with inscriptions and runes, begins to glow, and the ground around it slowly begins to hover and shake. And that is a recognizable sign that it can now be used to traverse through.
Step 2. The portal.
You know, the last thing you guys hear is Morbius saying, "Oh right, the captain, he tried to kill himself because Valentina go through the portal."
Some things will never change. Well, Luna stretches. That is a lot of sad and goodbye for this unmitigated disaster of a trip.
Rolled up that deed and put it back in my belongings, and I go, let's get the hell out of this place.
I mean,
Yes,
what about you,
let's
Reginald?
do that.
Surely
That was, quite an emotional affair. I mean, I didn't
agree.
know the guy, but he seemed like a decent fellow.
He was.
he is now the last of his own people. And
At
small
least he
beer
has
is the
small
second.
beer.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll do fine in Darkmund with their plans for brewery.
It'll be what
I'm
the city needs.
I'm sure they'll be fine together, yeah. I'll miss
Yeah.
small beer. That fellow, that little guy was so funny. He really grew on me.
Yeah. Both of us. So,
Tina just mumbles something
on
under her breath.
can I hear that with my 11 passive perception?
Easily.
Anyway,
No, just to ignore it and go on. So,
my
who's up
people
for...
are in need of saving, and we need to get there as soon as we can before the Paladins of Tyrdas.
Yes, let's hurry.
I'm
get
going
out
to
of this
message
one.
our ship and tell them to get out of Dodge.
What?
They can't stay. They don't have the time. They'll run out of supplies long before we're able to get back.
Okay. Fine, we can always use the deed.
Yeah, but there is the matter of payment.
Well, they can choose to stay and get paid, or they can get paid later.
They can claim their payment from the city's taxes. We'll leave an instruction for the dockmaster. Yeah?
Okay.
I'll...
Are you sure we won't have enough
I'll-
time to return? Yeah, you're probably right.
We gave them 10 days of food. They only have 5 left. If we need to go fight either a vampire invasion or a paladin invasion, or get trapped in the middle of a good old conflict.
Yeah.
Show of hands. Who here believes we can do that in 5 days? Just Luna looks at the 2 companions.
No hands shall be raised.
All right, send them on their way. Then you don't have to worry about them anymore.
Do we have to roleplay this whole sequence, or can I just
Nope.
arrange that? Like, oh, I called the dockmaster. No, I called them. Tell them this. Tell them how it's going to go, and say, go, move, and take the safe route home. Right?
Yeah. Understood.
Don't take any risks. Yada yada. I'm sorry I can't be there for the way home. You guys know how to sail a boat. Blah blah blah.
Blah 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 blah.
And give the dockmaster an instruction to give them the remainder of what we owe them. And if he doesn't have that, tell me so I can throw some money through the portal.
Noted.
Yeah, and done with that.
Yep.
All right then.
All right. So,
Let's go for a fantastic, reunion for Valentina and Reginald.
Yes. Now, which way do we go? So we
Oh,
traveled.
it's easy that way.
Huh?
I assume Paluna, just because I have been paying close attention to the navigation recently, just knows where to go.
You can either choose to go through the swamp in the same route that you took to get here, or you can go for a more direct route towards Breakpoint that you have a
So we can-
sort of idea of where it is.
We can try and shortcut through the swamp to Breakpoint by going roughly northern direction with a little bit of a twist to sort of angle back, or we can go back where we came from and then go to Breakpoint in a more direct northern line.
Which will
One
be
of them will
faster?
lead us. Well, that's the thing. One of them will lead us there behind all the paladins of Tyr. Right? Like, I assume that you don't march an army or a big scouting band from a village and forward without leaving some traces. I should be able to pick up on those, and from there it'll be smooth sailing because we can just walk where someone else has. On the other hand, the other route will probably give us the ability to, get around them, but that comes at the slight cost of getting between a crusade and, well, a potential crusade and its targets. My instincts say we should try going around them because there's a chance that it'll be faster.
Okay, so we just head north from here?
Northeast-ish. What about you, Reginald? You got any strong feelings on the matter?
Directions are not my strong suit.
I was
believe in
thinking
what
more if you wanted to join in with the Paladins of Tyr, like have a run-in with them first or not.
No, I do not wish to do such thing.
Fantastic. We are all in agreement. That is great. I take out my navigator's kit and sort of like tune in where my coordinates are and spend a short moment doing that. And then I will also ask Valentina and Reginald to keep an eye out for the angry necrotic trees, and then I'll start guiding us.
All right. Make a survival check for me.
Survival?
So,
Do I get any
survival?
advantage for my meticulous preparations?
I think your high rolls are advantage enough.
This guy is really...
No!
Yes. There you go.
Not 11 survival strikes again.
Yeah. You're unfamiliar in this terrain, and swamp looks like swamp in any direction that you look, and you see these trees emerging from the ground all around you in the swamp with like about 50 to 100 meters in between each tree. And every once in a while you do see tree roots emerge and then submerge once again. In some situations claiming a corpse with them and sinking into the ground. But you manage to navigate through, and you estimate that the trees have a certain amount of reach for them, and they only seem to be going for dead things at this moment. So as long as your pulse is there, you may not be a primary target. And with that knowledge, you navigate smoothly through the swampy wasteland. And after a few hours of travel, you return to where the ground underneath you becomes more solidified. Grass begins to grow in a more natural fashion, and trees begin to regain their crowns and leaves and more healthy looks. You're out of the swamp, unscathed, thanks to good navigational skills. Now, where does the journey take you?
The approximate direction we've been given for Breakpoint, I assume.
All right.
While we're traversing, I would constantly try to keep an eye out for those mountains that is near Breakpoint that I would recognize when I'm close, I guess.
All right. Who's taking the lead of this journey, of this walk?
The idiot
Seem
scout,
to
I
be,
guess.
huh?
Who continues to
not
take the
me.
lead? Reginald, definitely. Okay, Reginald, roll 8. No.
We're going backwards.
Making your way through this environment, nothing really seems to come at you in any threatening fashion. it still seems to be rather deserted in the same way that when you walk towards the swamp, no sounds of animals, no obvious tracks leading in any direction, just mountainous, grassy landscapes with small patches of forest. This is gonna be a few days journey. Is there anything you guys want to do while trekking?
Hunting and conserving supplies during the day. Like, as we're traveling, if I find anything good to hunt and harvest and skin and whatnot, I'll do that.
I mean, you don't have to. Well, Tina is probably really anxious to just get there as fast as possible, so she would cast Great Rune Water for the group.
Ooh,
Okay, in that
nice.
case, I would just be very focused on making it go fast.
Every time you set up night camp, Paluna, you are haunted by visions of your dreams, to a point where dreams seem to be overlapping with reality and what you see. And at times when you look over at your party members who are sitting around the campfire, you swear you see a third, a fourth eyeball appear on their faces for a brief moment before you shake it off and it's gone again. Nothing else seems to be haunting you in this moment aside from the cold sweat running down your back from perhaps a very unfortunate decision making. Lord Reginald, throughout these few days of journey, nothing seems to be visiting you in your dreams. You dream of sweet, comfortable, high society party events where you sip on the finest wines, mingle with people whom you don't really care much for in the first place, but they make for conversation and slander of your party, not party, but family members, the party surrounding you. Valentina, during these few days of travel, nothing. Eerie stillness and silence. Nothing comes to you in your dreams. Nothing. On the third day of your travels, you begin to find remnants, large areas of remnants of crates that have been broken apart, places that seem to have been set up campfire, and a few tents that have been left behind, tilted over. You find yourself while following a somewhat downtrodden road, to have come by what can only be described as an abandoned campsite that seemed to have housed quite a few members.
Well then.
By the size of it, how big, how many tents would be an estimate?
The few tents that have been left behind, Lord Reginald, make a history check for me.
14.
While they're clearly adorned with symbols that resembles Tyr Sanctum, the scale that you're also haunted by in your dreams, you realize these are military tents that house about 10 soldiers. 2 of them have been left behind, and there seem to have been made place for many. It's hard to tell with all the footprints and where the tents have been solidified into the ground through sticks and rope. A rough estimation could be anywhere between 100 soldiers and 500.
Shit, they have a whole army here.
God.
Yeah, it seems like they put quite the force together. Don't think a direct confrontation is gonna do us any good. We'll be wiped out in an instant.
This
Yeah,
is
we're gonna have
not
to be
looking good.
They
very sneaky
surely
about this.
aren't,
Can I walk up to the campfire and is there any heat or smoke emitting from it?
Make a survival check for me.
Solid 12?
Using a burn stick to rubble through the ashes, there are no obvious glows. It seems to match the surrounding temperature.
Did it look like whoever left here left in a rush?
Make a survival check for me.
Oh, you're asking me to do what now?
To do the thing
Oh,
where you roll a
geez.
30.
Okay, show off.
Casual
You did
30.
say where you rolled first.
You look around at the tracks that have been made throughout this camp where the ground has been trodden down so much that some of it has become mud. There do not seem to be any deep indents into the ground, giving off that people have pushed off and left in a rush. Just a lot of footprints, all traversing back and forth, moving in circles. As while some footsteps don't seem to be rushed, they seem to be deep and big, giving off that people either are very heavy or very big.
Yes. Camp for a longer time. Enemies in plate mail, heavily armored, high weight. Organized. Direction.
Damn paladins. Couldn't they... Why are they doing this? It's so frustrating. They didn't have to do this. They could have just stayed back in Tyr Sanctum. No one was bothering them.
Because what is a paladin without a crusade?
Yes.
Especially when there's power for grab.
Yeah, you know, I think you're onto something. They're just after power. They don't care about cleansing anything. They just want power.
I think that goes both ways, by the way, Valentina. I wouldn't be surprised if, well, most people have some kind of relationship to power.
Well, probably, but the people in Breakpoint aren't going out into the world or marching on others. They're just staying in Breakpoint.
I reserve the potential for what makes Breakpoint good or evil until we see it. There's still an open question we've never been able to piece an answer to.
What open question?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but your kind does need blood to survive, no, Valentina?
Yes, I didn't say we were perfect.
Yes, but how did they get it? How do they get it?
Didn't I tell you?
Yes, but I feel like the details never got very concrete.
Well, you didn't tell me, so might as well tell the story again.
Okay, look. Breakpoint is different from Eastwatch or Darkmond or Tyr Sanctum. We have our own customs and laws, and I know this might sound
place.
obscene to you guys, but that's just what's normal there, okay? So we have
Where does
people.
the blood come from?
Well, it comes from people who are sometimes imported by ship.
What? Excuse me.
It
Imported?
sounds like you're importing people to drain them of blood, which
That
in
sounds
many
horrible.
contexts is horrendously evil. I'm not
You-
saying
Sure,
that there
you're-
isn't a
The
Look,
look.
I questioned the rights and wrongs about it too, which is something I've come to learn more about after I left Breakpoint.
do these people come there voluntarily, or are they made to go
What
there?
happens with them after? Are they killed? Like, there's a whole host of questions here that
Do
Well,
they
they're
become vampires
usually-
themselves?
Okay, they're. First of all, no, they don't come willingly, or maybe some do. And I don't
What
know.
the hell? You were
Secondly,
evil after all.
I didn't do this. Secondly, after they've donated some blood, they're usually sold off as slaves
A slave? Oh my,
Like
this
this
keeps
to-
getting worse!
to maybe help around the farms, or maybe they're just thrown out into.
Oh, how nice of you. They put
Well,
to work on
let's
the
not-
farm. Oh, no, wow.
And some of them
Let's
do
not-
turn into vampire or dumpiers.
Oh my god. The penalty
Let's-
they were right after all.
What do you mean?
Reginald, let's reserve judgment on those exact details for the moment. We still haven't seen the situation with our own eyes, and besides, every culture seems to have its own skeletons in the closet. These are just a lot more overt. And one final thing. Just because the way that our society needs to function can create an evil system doesn't mean the individual people within that society is evil.
Yes,
Look at
well said,
Valentina.
Luna.
I wouldn't exactly put her on, a paragon of goodness, but evil? No, not her.
Thank you.
Didn't you say something about slaves, having a slave? And
Well,
Eating their
Do you
blood?
want to start drawing the parallels to Tears Sanctum here, or are we just going to not do that?
I'm not saying
and
Tears
just
Sanctum
to
is
make
honest,
one thing
but-
clear, the slavery I saw in Eastwatch Citadel, what were done to the slaves, I've never seen anything that horrible in Breakpoint. So
Oh,
I'm not saying we're perfect, but no city seemed to be. And I start questioning these things myself, and
clearly
Either
we have
way,
to do something
vampires
about
need
that whole system. That's
blood.
just not okay.
well, first of all, we
Think
gotta take care of
doesn't
this.
everyone to some? The cycle of life requires that death of some is shed for others to live. People of all kinds have been hunters of different kinds for aeons.
I don't mean to offend you guys when I say this. It's just a fact that most vampires that I know in Breakpoint, they look at people as cattle. And that's all. It's just
That
as.
clearly offends me.
I'm not saying I do. I'm just saying that's the norm there. It's not to be cruel,
will
it's
admit-
just what's normal.
If someone starts treating me like cattle, I will start shanking people. But that's more a general thing.
I mean, honestly, when I spoke to High Priest Damus,
You spoke to what?
Huh?
High Priest Damus? You said?
Damus, our leader of our city. Didn't I mention I spoke to him a couple times in my dreams? Oh, I must have
I could perhaps tell
forgotten
him
to
of
mention.
the situation?
What situation? He asked me to come back to Tears Sanctum so I could help him, you know. But I said no, I will do no such thing. You're wrong, these vampires, they're pretty good people. I actually spoke to one and they are fine person. That's what I said. But after
You are
told
alerted
me,
the high priest of an invading force that you were with vampires. And you learned one personally to know.
well, if
Are
you
you
put it that
sure
way,
you aren't just kill on sight by the Tear Sanctum now?
If you put it that way, it sounds pretty bad. Yes.
No. There's a reason it sounds pretty bad, Lord Reginald. It's because, with all due respect, it is pretty bad. Both of you.
But
And I mean this unapologetically, but not in a harmful way. Shock at stealth. Valentina,
My
are
armor is
one-
really heavy.
clanky tin can. You couldn't go anywhere without alerting an entire village. And Reginald, your lips are so loose that I'm afraid that the ship we came on would have been sinking if it knew. Look,
Tina just crosses her
Oh,
arms, looking kind of offended.
that's just rude. I mean,
but I am not wrong.
Only because
What
my
you're telling
clothes
me-
and
how dare
armor
you
was
speak to a noble like that?
drowned in acid. Otherwise, I would be a master stealthman.
Look, that's all in the past. What has happened has happened. But
It was a dream. I didn't really think it was real. No.
yeah, we've all been learning that lesson quite a few times recently, I suspect. But that doesn't change the situation. We're
Anyway,
here
he
to
wasn't really wrong, was he?
Of course, he
All
was
I'm
wrong.
saying is that he's trying to protect, their sect.
Well,
And maybe he's actually
Is-
right. If what you're saying is true, that these
tell me,
vampires
Reginald, how
import
far
people
away
and make
from
slaves, and
how far away from here is Tear Sanctum?
quite a while. But who's to say that?
Let's recap one thing we've learned about vampires. Something everybody here is pretty sure of. They work a lot to be away from just about anything else and isolated, as far as I understand it.
Yes.
A lot is in myth, and they are far away from just about anything. You could even say they're isolationists. What has provoked a people that live so far away to take an army to commit a genocide on another people?
Oh, we don't know if they're trying to kill all the vampires. Maybe they're trying to,
Listen to yourself.
overthrow
Reginald.
the government and make sure they
Do you
don't
really-
import any more people. Who knows?
Do you really think that the Paladins of Tear Sanctum would take the lightweight solution in this kind of a situation?
I do not. No.
I don't think
You're
any of
right.
us does. Look, what I'm saying is that this isn't just going to be a good versus evil kind of thing. I don't think vampires are perfect. I
it's
don't
evil
think
versus
Paladins.
evil.
I was
So
about to get to that point.
Which side do we choose? I'm sure.
Well, the one that leaves the fewest corpses would be my guess. Sometimes it's better to not let everything explode just for the sake of seeing if we can get a new way of things, but I don't know either what the exact end result should be here.
Lord
I
Reginald.
think that's going to be your task, Valentina. You're going to need to think of a new way for things.
As soon as I can free. Anyway. Lord Arkham, you need food and water to live. Yes?
Lord Arkham?
Lord Reginald. Sorry?
Yes.
Vampires need blood to live. It's a necessary.
And
It's
food
not
and water.
something we do for fun. It's to survive. All species will do anything to survive. Don't you agree? It's not like we're importing thousands of
agree.
people to kill them. We are very careful. We are handed out rations once a week. It's not like we're draining anyone dry. We don't kill them. And some of them go on to live decent lives. I have a Dhampir friend who has a little farm and everything. It's not all bad. Yes, there is some bad stuff, but so there is in other places, as I have come to learn.
I understand what you're saying, but
And I think
it just feels wrong. I don't know.
it does, right? It feels scandalous that someone would eat from something that's intelligent to live. That would be a requirement. We only eat cows and animals. Right?
Those animals are
We
stupid.
only... Yeah. They're food.
Well,
Have you ever
Also a
casted
necessity.
speak with animals spell? Those creatures are dumb as hell.
Well, I mean, some creatures seem quite intelligent, even the ones who aren't human, you know? Even like horses.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I get what you're saying. And you are correct.
I understand.
Who's to draw the line, you know?
Yes, I understand the shock of hearing this. It's just a different culture, I guess, and I agree that some things should probably change. Although that would have to go through the Arkham lineage, who rules Breakpoint, and they are kind of hard to get a hold of.
We are kind of in luck where it comes to that kind of thing. There's nothing like a religious invasion to create grounds for change. A lot of forests can only grow after fires. If we find Vampire Society to be truly disagreeable, to be the most heinous thing, well, here's an impetus for change. It's nothing quite like a war to give a reason to be different.
That is if they were to survive the coming onslaught.
They have to.
Yep.
The risk is too great. Our numbers are falling. There's no new vampires. We could go extinct.
And I have a... It's a hard thing. I don't think genocide is... If we have to choose the lesser evil here, I would choose the society that needs to feed on people to survive over the genocide of people for needing to survive. Both feel wrong, but we're in a situation where
I
we
agree with you on that one.
But
there might be other ways to survive.
yeah,
Not maybe not all research has been done on the matter of vampires, but to kill the whole race seems a bit extreme. So I agree with that.
Yes.
Sure. Oh, I
Besides, we might need your scholarly intellect for this one, Reginald.
What do you mean? I'm no expert on these matters.
No, but you got a good head on your shoulders. And if this thing is to turn out in a way that is tasteful, hopefully, that doesn't end with the people genocided, that ends with some semblance of peace or society restored. If we find a truly broken system there, you might be the best candidate for thinking up a solution.
Oh dear. Well,
We're going to hopefully arrive in a world of change.
it does sound quite good in the history books, doesn't it? Lord Reginald, saver of Breakpoint. I like that.
What?
Ah,
Nothing.
Don't mind me. Alright, shall we keep going then?
Yes.
Let's rock on. Oh, and by the way, are we going to approach the guys from Tier Sanctum first, or the vampires first, because I can get us to the guys from Tier Sanctum. I mean, there's a lot to be said about an army. It doesn't conduct stealth at all.
Not sure that's a good idea.
Well, do you think we'll catch up to them?
Oh, easily.
Armies
It's an
move
army.
slow, usually.
It couldn't outrun me on a good day.
I feel like we've all proven our strength, but I don't know if we are capable to take on an entire army.
I was thinking more getting into, we can see at distance
Oh yes.
and look at it from there. But there's also the option of, trying to just take a wide route around it and get in front of them.
Let's do the direct route, I think. I don't want to delay any more than we have to.
Alright. Maybe we can come to a diplomatic solution. Maybe I can speak whoever's in charge and throw my name around a bit, and maybe that will do something, although I highly doubt it.
And you're sure that this high priest you communed with in your dreams hasn't basically put out an arrest warrant on your head?
Only one way to find out, my friends.
Now you're speaking my language. Let's roll. Luna sort of sets off after this in the direction where the army has walked. I will be looking out for scouts going forward and trying to, take an advanced approach. And I assume it's not going to be hard following the tracks.
No, absolutely not. So you guys decide to chase them down and try to catch up with the army. Noted. Paluna, please make survival checks for me and perception checks
Yeah.
for
yeet.
the first day of trekking.
God, my survival rolls have been fucking disgusting, dude.
You easily keep track, and as you keep following the tracks, you notice that they are incredibly good at stepping in each other's footsteps, making it hard to trace how many are currently walking. You can tell that they are walking 6 next to each other, but you can't tell how many has trodden in the same footsteps. And it just leaves a straight line in a very targeted direction. There doesn't seem to be any wavering of the entire army. Once in a while you see a few footsteps swerve off to the side and disappear, and a few hundred meters down you see footsteps similar to the ones that staved off rejoin the army once again.
Is this a normal pattern? Like, do I know, like, oh, this happens and then this distance goes and it happens again and then
It seems
like a repeating pattern?
Exactly. It seems to alternate. First is to the right direction of the army's direction and then to the left, and it keeps happening. Kind of gathering that there might be some scouts surveilling the nearby area.
I'll relay this information back, and if I ever get to a point where I haven't seen those tracks rejoin, I'll alert the party. Or like we end up at a point where we think the scouts are out of the group, and we haven't seen them rejoin on the normal interval.
All right.
Plus minus some.
The sun begins to set on the day, without you catching eyes on the army that you should be able to notice at a quick glance, considering the estimated size of it. It's time to set up camp for the night. Anything in particular you guys want to do as you set up camp?
I have a suggestion for you guys. That we start.
Alright.
That we delay our travel in the day and we travel more by night going forward. Do you have anything that allows you to see better in the dark, Reginald?
I do not. No, I'm afraid these human eyes don't see very well in the dark.
Nothing?
Well, What were you expecting? I'm not an elf.
Well-
Thank you for reminding me.
Your bag of magic tricks have been vast and impressive. I was just wondering if there was anything in that could let you travel by night.
I could cast a torch.
No. No, the whole point is that when we travel by night, we're going to be nigh on undetectable to an army. Unless we get close to its camp. But by the time we're close to its camp, we'll see it first.
I'm afraid I have to disappoint you.
Maybe we can just hide him? Or will that
No.
slow us down?
That'll slow us down. We're on the army's trail. I do a proper scouting around on the watch. If I have the ability to.
You certainly can. You're currently situated on a hillside slightly off the road of all the tracks. You have some advantage points around you, as some hillsides are slightly taller than others, and a few of them would be able to allow you to look above the treetops of the small tree patches around you. So if you want to take advantage of that, you certainly can. But if you just want to look around scouting to see whatever you're looking for, you can certainly do that as well.
I will absolutely use any terrain advantages I can find.
All right. As you get on top of the hillside, as the sun has almost set, I would like you to roll a perception check, which I've heard you should be fairly decent at.
I hope. I will also be using my helmet if I spot any sort of light or disturbances
Alright.
in the distance. Wow. Well, a 13
Looking at-
still...
Hmm?
Like, a 13 still spots the obvious things.
It definitely still spots the obvious things. While it's hard at the first glance around to see anything, putting on the helmet and focusing, and taking your time looking around the landscape in like a 90-degree angle in the direction you're going, you see a small 1, 2, 3, 10, 15, 20 sources of vague light in the distance, causing this hue behind a tree line. The distance is hard to tell, but it's not exactly within reach of a quick run. Oddly enough, these sources of light are not emanating any smoke.
I try and zoom in and see if I can see in more definition what they are.
With that perception roll, it's hard to tell the details from the light and the treetops covering whatever it might be hiding.
Are you guys still awake at this point? Or is this on watch time?
This is on watch time.
Alright. I won't let that distract me and still try and keep an eye on my surroundings.
Alright. Looking around, you're starting to notice that animals are starting to appear again. The sounds of what can be assumed to be wolves or similar creatures are chasing something else running in the distance. Birds are flying across the sky looking for creatures to hunt in the tall grass around you. But nothing outside the usual. Anything you would like to do during your shift, aside from that?
Probably find like some water or reflective surface and like stare deeply into it. Fearing what I'll see, but unable to resist the temptation to do it anyways.
Finding a small puddle, a small pond, you peer over the edge to see your own reflection. There is no reflection.
I turn around and go back to camp. I spend the rest of my watch, wake up Valentina and tell her what I found.
Right.
At least in terms of the torches and whatnot. Not the reflection bit.
Valentina, anything you would like to do during your shift?
No, I just keep my eyes peeled and to check out the surroundings and stuff.
Alright. Make a perception check for me.
Damn.
Not bad.
There's some of that good shit.
Looking through the dark, you see nothing. You also take note of the lively nature around you, of whatever wildlife might hunt during the night. But nothing seems to be approaching, no sense of danger. Just your 3 party members, you, Lord Reginald, and Paluna. Anything you would like to do
No.
during your shift? No. As your shift comes to a close, you suddenly hear the familiar voice of Mikhail in your head. Valentina, there are rumors about like some human with weird adorned clothing approaching or captured, or I didn't quite catch the sense of it, but I think is this what you tried to tell about?
I respond, yes, that is the crusade from Tyr's Sanctum. They're coming to kill vampires. I am on my way to Breakpoint, but I'm a few days behind them.
Nothing else comes. Your shift comes to an end, and once again you have finished a long rest, and the day begins anew. Anything you guys want to do before resuming your trekking?
I will drink a bottle of blood.
Are you just doing it blatantly before the
I
original?
was
Just
gonna ask.
pop it up?
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
Ugh. Where did you get those? Is that from your slave?
No, of course not. I looted it a while ago off some crazy guy's cargo.
What did I miss?
Do I even bother to ask?
Oh, well, this was back when me and Beer and this other guy named Lucian, we were going to this vineyard, and you know Newt Newman's vineyard? And that's where we found small beer, actually. We were just doing a simple job driving cargo back and forth, and this was in one of the cargoes. We suspected it might have something to do with Kamir. But luckily, he's dead now, so.
Wasn't that the guy who was, according to you, making experiments into making vampires?
Kamir, yes. He was trying to make vampires the fool. You know, that is actually why I left Breakpoint because I wanted to find out how to make more vampires. Because no one can do it anymore. That's why we're in danger of going extinct, because we don't know how. Something happened, I guess.
I see. Questions to be answered another time, huh? Let's go fast.
You are a walking, talking mystery box, Valentina. I want you to know that.
Surely are.
Well, up and at it, right?
Actually, a friend back in Breakpoint messaged me during my shift, and he's saying that he's seeing the army approaching. So, maybe we're close.
Or maybe we're too late.
Or
Should I?
maybe we're just in time to get involved in the action. Oh, joy. Well, there's only really one way to keep going, right?
Yes.
Let's pack up camp and
Did you notice
leave.
the animals? It's been so
Oh, they're back?
quiet for... Yes, it's been so quiet for so long, but now it's starting to sound normal.
It's about time. But then again, I suspect Murder Forest would enforce animal quietness.
Yeah, maybe they fled.
Oh, I don't think they fled. Look, the further we can get away from depression in the forest, the better, right? All in agreement? All in agreement. Fantastic. Let's go on. We have an army to catch, a possible fight that we probably shouldn't be in to enter, and, throw it on between different kinds of evil. There will be no moral dilemmas, it will be all fine.
Yes.
Surely
be all fine.
nothing will go wrong.
Let's be real, Reginald. The second we get involved in this, it's going to be one long episode of things going wrong. One in from the other.
Yes, it was a rhetorical statement, of course.
We should know
Well,
better
it is.
than
Let's
to
get
have
going.
those kind of statements.
Lord Reginald, how do you feel about what we're about to do? I mean, we're to fight against the Crusade.
Honestly, it's all up in the air. I don't know. I would just along for the ride, I guess.
Well, what will you do if it comes to us fighting them?
I don't know. I can't give you an answer. Honestly. I just don't want to see you get hurt. But I also don't really want to see my, brothers and sisters from Tear Sanctum get hurt.
I
don't want your whole race of vampires to be destroyed either. It's quite a dilemma, I mean.
You did suggest diplomacy and, I know it's a Hail Mary, but maybe it'll work.
I pray to Tyr that it will work, but...
Yeah.
Honestly, just take the lead on this, and
You know,
I'll see what I can do. I'll
I'll
try my best.
Well, Luna, you remember when you, we went through that door and you asked for some wishes?
Oh, you mean the start of this whole chain disaster?
Right. So, when I sat down, I saw my god. I didn't see the woman. And he asked me what I wanted, and I said I wanted to know how vampires were created. And then the following night, I had a dream. Because I know we were just talking about Khmer and his awful experiments. But in my dream, I saw this thick young woman going to breakpoint. She was dying. And then this man, he transformed her to a vampire.
Look,
Saved her.
the sentiment is good. There may be something out there. But need I remind you that the last person we both knew who was trying to rediscover how vampirism worked was a noble madman, mad scientist with little to no disregard for human life.
Yes, and he was, like you said, a madman, and he was not a vampire, and he didn't do anything close to what my vision. Well, my vision was rather brutal. However, this woman's life was saved thanks to this man who transformed her. That's not anything like what Khmer was doing. And I don't think Khmer knew anything about vampirism.
It's very hard for anyone to see themselves as the madman, but just be careful on the path you're going down. Okay?
I don't know what you mean.
I'm just saying that the other people that seem to have tried to discover vampirism become brutal,
I don't want to become
done evil and
evil.
grand evil sciences, and if your pursuit to such a goal leads you to the same horrors, the same kind of means for the end, do you even want to go for that, or will you be too lost in your own ambition to realize it?
For doing this is because I want to save the vampires. I don't want them to go extinct. I want to save my race.
Goals are very noble. Mine was. But be wary of the cost.
Yeah.
Anyhow, we must forge onwards.
Yes.
We've chosen a direction, and it doesn't make no sense to turn back now.
Agreed.
Yes, you're right. Let's go.
So you set off, following the tracks of the army, continuously walking, looking out for any anomalies in their way of walking, looking out for scouts that have not yet returned. I imagine Paluna is taking the lead once again.
I would, unless you guys want to.
No, you go ahead.
Paluna, please make a perception check for me.
There you go.
I think that's a roll.
Indeed.
Continuing your tracking of these footsteps, and are fairly certain that there are no anomalies happening. After a few hours of walking, you begin to close in on the patch of area where you saw the lights being emanating from. And as you clear a few brushes and some few trees, you see another campsite resembling the one that you've initially found the day before. Very much set up in the same fashion, with a few tents left behind, some crates and barrels that are no longer being shipped along with the army.
Does it look abandoned?
With with your perception check, you glance around and it seems abandoned.
Does this seem like it's been abandoned for long? Or were they here last night?
Well, this was where they were last night, so
Well, then they are not far ahead.
I agree. Let's be on our toes.
You keep tracking.
I'll try to. I'll probably start being a little more sneaky and staying a little farther ahead of my group
Alright.
to see if I can spot any scouts ahead of us.
You keep tracking, walking side by side with the tracks of the army. A few more hours passes. That's when you see the first movement in the distance. Something that seems to have run off in a hurry away from you towards a mountain range.
Wait, so there's something that's bolted from us and the path. I informed the others of this.
Are we getting close to a breakpoint? Do you recognize any of these places, Valentina?
I look around to see if I can spot those mountains, as that's the only thing I can go by.
Make a perception check for me. Alright. Make an insight check for me.
Insight?
Hmm.
Oh lord.
Damn!
Looking around, looking up the mountain tops, those seem familiar. And in your mind's eye, you sort of flip the image as if you're seeing it from a different angle. Those are very much the mountain peaks that you've been able to spot. It may not be the closest mountain peaks to Breakpoint, but these are definitely a part of the mountain chain leading directly up close to Breakpoint.
I point to the mountains that I recognize. Beyond those mountains, I remember seeing the other side of them. Breakpoints. I never left Breakpoint, really, until I went to Eastwatch. So that's the only thing I really recognize.
Well, if something's being recognized, that means that we're basically there.
Yes,
Does
sir.
it look like the army is going not to the mountains?
It seems like the army is following the mountain chain.
Okay.
What
That
about
leads
the
north.
other set of tracks?
That
said
seems to
someone
have
bolted off?
Someone bolted off directly towards the mountains.
That someone
You're currently going parallel with a mountain chain towards the northern direction, and one of the mountains that seems to be slightly taller than the others is what Valentina has recognized, and she can slightly recognize it if she flips the image of looking at the very same mountain chain just from north looking south.
seems like the army isn't aware that where Breakpoint is exactly, so at least we have
Valentina.
that in favor of us.
Hold on, I have an idea. Do you have to go through the mountains to get to Breakpoint?
I have never walked to Breakpoint before, so I don't know.
Well,
There's no
here's the
like,
thing.
mountain
You
pass
two
or
can
anything.
fly, right?
Well,
Yeah.
kind of. Damn, we should have really brought Jimmy along.
I think it's better he
Who's
stays back.
Jimmy?
A dragon, we know.
Dragon?
What? You know it,
I told
dragon,
you.
and you failed to mention this?
Yeah, because he was just
Honestly-
a deckhand. But Then he turned into a dragon. And now he lives in Darkmond. Anyway, I'll introduce you someday.
It's
You
part
two
of the
never
less
failed to-
remarkable things.
It is.
You really need to reorient your perspective, Lord Reginald. I told you, being an adventurer is filled with weird shit. Welcome to the tip of the iceberg.
I'm starting to realize this more and more each day.
So, Baluna, what's your plan? That we fly over?
Well, maybe.
But
Because if the
You can
army...
fly.
you can't
One
fly
of
at all?
many one of my many skills is that I can climb.
Okay.
If an army has to go through a mountain, they have to do things like find passages and be careful about it. But if a party of 3 adventurers who happen to be smart and resourceful want to go through a mountain, they can just walk straight over it. So,
I mean, if you want to climb a mountain, feel free. I don't mind flying over.
it will, to put it mildly, it'll get us in front of the army real goddamn quick. And besides, I want to see who split off north. Someone, well, ran real fast that way. He's going straight towards the mountains, right? Okay.
Again, just to clarify, you guys are following alongside the mountain chain, going north. You are going north. The mountain chain is going north and south.
Mhm.
To your right side, in the east direction, is the mountain chain, and you're following it in the northern direction. One
Oh.
person seems to run towards the mountain chain to the east, and the army is going north along
Yeah.
parallel with the mountain chain.
So we would go to Breakpoint instead of to the army. Because Breakpoint is on the other side, east, over the mountain, right?
No one has ever said they were on the other side of the mountains. That's something you guys started cooking up.
Not the
It would
army, but
basically be-
Breakpoint.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Well,
Basically,
Valentina
it's saying,
knows it from the other side, no?
So, imagine you are a northern location and you're looking at a mountain
I
chain.
get it, I
that-
get it.
Yeah, and then if you are going south, following that mountain chain down south, you see the mountain peak along the mountain chain. And if you're now going from south to north, parallel with that mountain chain, now you're seeing the mountaintop from a different direction. The mountaintop is still a part of the mountain chain. Going.
That's what you...
Huh.
Okay.
Mhm.
I thought you meant it from the other side. Like
Oh,
she
yeah, that way,
recognized the
yes.
shape
Yeah.
from the other side.
Oh, no. Just some clarification.
so
Okay.
basically, we can either follow
That's-
the one person and
No, it's
say,
still
"Oh, we
northern.
think
Yeah,
this,
no.
yeah, this will lead us to the right place," or we can go and say, "Oh, we need to be on top of the army to see what they're doing."
But what direction did that one person go?
He went
The
into
one-
the mountains, so he would have gone east, right?
And into towards Breakpoint or? Oh wait, I'm sorry.
Breakpoint
It's still
seems
north.
to be in a northern direction. And you're following the army
Oh,
in that
and
northern
the
direction.
Other person went east.
Yes.
Okay. Why the hell would you follow that?
I vote we follow the army and find a way to get ahead of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's obvious. But the way you described it made it sound like she literally saw the mountain from the other side.
Yeah, that's
like-
what I was thinking too. I'm sorry,
Stop thinking.
Valentina is
I
not
didn't
bad
allow
with
it.
directions, but I am extremely bad with directions.
That's fair.
I think we all had that.
How can you live in Norway and not just know every mountain and every like directional thing on the back of your mind? Like, isn't that just like something Norwegians have just
Funny
hard-coded
enough,
in
I
their
do
DNA?
recognize some mountains.
See, hard-coded in the DNA.
Yeah. Well.
What's a mountain?
Yeah.
I wouldn't know.
Fuck's a mountain, dude.
Okay, then
Living in Ladder's land.
I literally live like surrounded by mountains. So.
I live in the flat
Anywho.
fucking capital of like the second flattest country on earth.
All right.
Let's
So-
keep going north then. Yeah.
You begin going west.
Yes.
And,
North.
and
We
that-
just go
No,
south
no.
now. Like,
We
fuck it.
returned. Welcome
You,
back
you
to the
begin
show.
to walk in
Is it still there?
circles. You use Hearthstone. You're back in Darkmont.
Yes,
Wait, we have a heart
trying
stone?
to transcribe
Hell
the teleportation.
We have the town portal.
Fuck it,
Literally.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, we're playing. You're all three playing as bear now. All three in one person. and
Okay,
you're
we all
walking
can just
around
run
in the-
and turn into a bear then, and we can just run fast as fuck.
We're doing like played up style, but then it's brewery, you know, like.
Yes, yes. One has to ferment the beer. Another person has to grow the hops, and the third person has to serve it.
Sounds good.
Oh, here comes Kamir. He wants 3 large lagers. Better serve. No.
We can
Um,
minigame one of those.
So, you continue walking in the northern direction, leaving aside the person who ran off into the mountains.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
What if it was someone important? Maybe we should check it out.
You want to go? I mean, sure.
FOMO kicking in real bad right now.
Yeah.
So anyway, you keep walking north. And after about an hour's trekking, the skies begin to change from a fairly sunny, clear sky to dark clouds overtaking, without any rain or thunder or wind picking up, just dark clouds. The environment begins to change from a rough-growing wild nature landscape to more so a somewhat cultivated ground. Patches of weed seems to be growing here and there, and as you keep walking, it seems to be more collected area of grass fields of weed extending far. And in the distance, you begin to see white peaks of something, and as you keep moving and closing in, you realize these are tents extending from just a few kilometers away to about 10 far in the distance.
Oh, shit.
Those are some big tents.
A lot of tents.
Wait, hold on. How? I take on the helmet of far side and start like doing a quick count. How many like tents-ish do I see?
Make a perception check.
Oh, a perception check, you say?
Mhm.
19.
You count. While some of the tents are not exactly the 10-person army tent you saw left behind, there are still 200-300 tents you gather from just glancing around with the helmet of Farsight. While some seem to be 10-men tents, others seem to be holding twice that amount, and some are just smaller tents set aside to the outskirts of the camps.
Lord Reginald, how
Yeah,
big
yes.
is Tyr's army?
Quite big.
This isn't all of it, is it?
I don't think so.
Right?
I can't believe so many people is willing to sacrifice their lives for this insanely stupid mission.
I think we're not in the territory of sacrifice anymore.
They want
This
to
is-
eradicate us.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
seems more like a slaughter waiting to happen.
This'll do it.
I mean, I don't know how big Breakpoint is, but
Breakpoint is
I don't
pretty
think
big.
anything could stand against this.
Beluna, as you keep looking out throughout this camp, with your helmet far sight, you see groups of soldiers moving together, all clad in heavy-looking military armor, while many are just wearing a rucksack with their armor hanging from the side. Some seem to be suited up and are getting in position, some kind of training formation, raising shields, raising what looks to be maces, and one person stands in front of this group of about 15 to 20 people. You can't hear what is being said, but you see that person standing firm, doing some kind of gesture, and at the same time, a flash of light appears, and they all seem to be casting a spell that you've seen before from Valentina. In unison, 20 or so clerics have all casted Spirit Guardians at the same time, while standing next to each other.
Lord, it's an army of war priests and paladins. They're casting you like angelic guardians just to train.
Just to train, or are they ready?
Yeah, I
to
mean, they're
attack?
doing formations down there.
God.
Jesus Christ, we won't stand a chance against them.
Not in a direct confrontation.
Alright, so what do you suggest we do?
Maybe we can trick them. Maybe we can tell them we saw someone running east and that it was a vampire and he's probably running home to Breakpoint.
You'll be found out. They're looking for vampires. You're a vampire. They'll have a way to find out. So it depends on how dirty we want to play this, really.
What do you
My
mean, dirty?
people's lives are at stake. I'll do anything.
I don't like the idea of doing anything for any reason. Even if it is an entire nation's life at stake, there are means that shouldn't be crossed. But, Tyr Sanctum has picked a lot of fights. If anybody else that they've picked a fight found out that most of their army is gone, they're gonna have to choose where to be. But I can't deliver that kind of a message.
Oh, yes, you can. To Lord Edmund Swan.
Yes, but we should not be willing to do that. That means poisoning an army at the gate of several innocent lives that just live.
Well, when you put it like that.
You mean to say you would tell the enemies
I
of
would-
the Sanctum that they are vulnerable to attack?
In terms of, I would do this like city politics, yeah.
You realize that there's also a lot of innocent people in Tyr Sanctum itself.
That's why I'm opposed to
Will
the
get
idea.
killed. No, I can't let you do that.
I agree. I know you can't.
Then why did you bring it up?
Because I'm trying to run through the options we have here.
Alright. I
Insane.
agree, we won't do that.
Reginald, can you think of any way for diplomacy or such to get these people to turn around, to go in a different direction?
I mean, they clearly have come here with a mission, right? We can be certain of that. For them to turn around, we would need to give them something more valuable than what it is they are trying to achieve here. But I'm not sure I have such a thing. We could try to convince them that maybe Breakpoint could be a good ally instead to Tyr Sanctum.
You think they'd go for
if they
that?
were willing.
If they believe them evil and...
Well, if they could get more benefit out of being allies than destroying the whole city, then sure they would.
Okay. And what do you think?
Maybe Breakpoint has something to offer, a valuable resource. I don't know.
Well, there's an open question if they even know where Breakpoint is exactly.
Of course they don't.
If they, well,
Well, they
if
are
they
going
didn't
in the
have
right
an idea,
direction,
they wouldn't.
I guess.
If they didn't have an idea, they wouldn't be here now, would they?
I guess it's possible they've had, there's ships that's gone from Breakpoint to Eastwatch and probably other places.
Well,
So I
it's
guess.
clearly a matter of time before they find the place. So.
Maybe misdirection could work. Give them a sufficiently believable clue that would lead them on a chase in another direction where Breakpoint could be.
We just have
I
to make
don't see
sure
how
it's
that is
not
going to work. But
somewhere that there is something.
Well, this might sound insane, Reginald. Truly. But if we find out where Breakpoint is, and where it isn't, and have... Now this, like I said, this is going to sound insane. Have Valentina bite one of us, run off in a different direction, go really far, really fast, but leave a bit of a trail, like she's dashing back to something or desperately making a getaway attempt, and have the army find one of us almost dead with vampire bite marks. Maybe we could convince them that the vampires is in the other direction. It's a gambit, but... And Valentina,
Okay.
you would have to run
Well,
real
I'm on my
fast.
horse.
Yeah, but spend a couple of days doing nothing but galloping in a direction, but somehow being slippery enough to leave a bit of a trail, and then teleport to Darkmond? I don't know.
What? I can't leave Breakpoint. No, I can't do that. I have to go to Breakpoint.
That's why I call it a gambit. If you're successful, you'll draw the entire army away from Breakpoint. I sort of start scratching on the ground with a stick. Imagine if Breakpoint's here, I'd scratch out a circle on another side of the mountain. And you can convince them that Breakpoint is in this direction and scratch a circle away. If the entire army goes that way, because they found a victim or survivor of a vampire attack, conceivably, you might legitimately be able to draw them away. Misdirection. Give them something just believable enough that they'll go off chasing it, away from where they need to go.
But my friend said he saw them already last night, which means some of them must be close.
That complicates things.
Maybe there's people scouting ahead or something. And also, I'm afraid to lead them to this other place. This other
No, just
town.
keep bailing away. You'll know the
There's
other
another
direction.
city nearby. I just don't know where it is. I just have heard of it.
What? What? You guys have neighbors? What kind of neighbors?
Well, it's called Arkham's Rest, and I've never been there. I just have heard of it, and some peers go to live there, or so I've heard.
Oh no.
I don't really know that much about it. I've never gone anywhere.
You got any ideas, Reginald? Kinda shut mine down.
I mean, I could just walk in there, see what they're doing, come back,
Oh. Can we
get a plan.
trust you? You're not gonna go in there and say, hey, I brought a vampire for you.
No, I wouldn't do that.
What would a I sort of look at my shape-shifting clothes. I could, dress up as your loyal servant.
Hey, you could just dress up like one of the guards. You could, as per you're part
I'm
of the
not-
army. Maybe?
I'm not that good at disguises. If they do a proper check on me, I'll be given away. I think Reginald Diaz has legs. The only question is what we do about you, Valentina.
Well, I should probably go hide. Or I could disguise myself a little.
I could polymorph you for about an hour.
What?
You can't turn into a bat naturally, right? Some vampires could do that, I heard.
No.
Oh yes, that's
can't
not
do
gonna be
that.
suspicious at all. A bat flying around.
But like you could keep a bat in a backpack and we could travel in like the pet bat, the servant, the eccentric
Palina,
wizard.
I cannot turn into a bat. Where are you getting this
I
from?
mean, I could make you into a cat and just walk around for a bit. Walk with us.
Well, it'll only give us an hour.
And you better make it quick. And see if you can buy some diamond dust from them, because I was thinking about trying to undo this curse on you, Paluna, with your clothes and everything. Probably gonna need you in your tip-top shape when we go to Breakpoint.
I hope both of you are not offended by this. I'm not going to buy anything from these people. I'm going to steal.
Oh, by all means.
Yeah,
You okay with that, Reginald? Alright,
Sure,
good.
go ahead. How about you are my familiar?
Alright.
Well, again, if the polymorph only lasts an hour, like that,
yeah,
there's
so
more than
we
an hour.
need to be quick about it.
But what's the end goal?
I don't know, find out what they're doing, their plans, see if we can come up with something. I have no idea.
You can find out who's
How-
in charge. You can find out.
I
who we
already
gotta
know who's in charge.
I don't mean the high priest. He's probably not here, is he?
Oh, he might as well be.
Well, maybe
I'm sure
the
he's
commanders,
powerful
the
enough.
powerful players who are leading this army.
Well, if he's not here, then his sister will surely be. And she's definitely in command.
We need to know who we're up against, who we need to take out to make the rest of the army.
literally
go
told you.
Turn around. Well, find out their whereabouts.
Sure, they're probably in the biggest tent. But
I
yeah, we can
don't-
go in and see where they are.
Or maybe don't go and steal them.
I fear an hour is too short a deadline for these things.
Well, I mean, if that's what you think, Valentina can stay here and we just go in, just the two of us. But not sure how good of an idea that is. Just leave her out here all alone.
We could try to get ahead of the army and see if we could find any passes or choke points that, well, we could block.
You suggest we sneak?
Sneak past us?
Hmm?
Yeah, something like that.
Question for DM: how long does it last if I use a disguise kit?
Until it rains. Like how often does makeup work? I mean, makeup looks good for like roughly 24 hours, and then sweat and oils from your skin will
Usually a
soak
day.
into it, and yeah. So not
vampires
that I
even
would know,
sweat.
of course. Hmm?
Well, can I do anything about like disguising my eyes or my fangs?
I mean, I would assume when
open
you
your
acquired
mouth.
a disguise kit back in the day, you would account for the things that are the most visible traits for you. So you would have contact lenses that can disguise your eyes. You would probably have some sort of wig to some extent or hair dye. I'll leave that up to you to like a reasonable extent.
Alright. Guys, I can just disguise myself. No one will know that I'm a vampire. Besides, they've probably not even
Alright.
seen a vampire.
Just be careful.
What is my most vampire features, do you think?
Drink blood,
No,
the eyes,
physically.
the fangs.
Well,
Your skin color.
You're really pale.
okay, I'm gonna go get a spray tan. I pull out my disguise kit. I put on my contact lenses. So I just look like a blue-eyed elf with blonde hair, and I use some like bronzer on my face and hands, and I have had some training back in Eastwatch to speak without revealing my fangs, and smile with my mouth closed, such things.
All right, please make a performance check for me. I just want to see how well this turns out.
I will. I can't even insist. I don't have anything that can do that.
13, not that bad.
It's a reasonable job. Yeah. You're not completely transformed, but you look healthier.
Put some like rose on my cheeks as well.
Reginald, could you tell me how I should look to play your servant for the coming bit?
Well, obviously not too fancy clothes.
You can see the clothes just dull down immediately. Like colors fade.
Yeah, just some normal clothes. Maybe put on a little symbol of tear somewhere, in a not too obvious, discreet place. Maybe like a crest on your chest or something.
Ooh, symbol of tear. That's a good
like-
idea.
I'll
A crest
describe like
appears.
the scale.
You can just see like the suit just like my magic clothes just sort of follow along with your suggestions as Paluna acknowledges it.
Turns into a kind of dull white robe with a symbol of a scale being held by a figure with a blindfold standing, and you get slight bronze trims around the edges of your robe. Resembles a fairly middle-class servant.
Like this, my lord?
Yes, perfect. Maybe now you will finally use my full name for once.
Oh
And
no.
what is my lord's full name?
I've told you.
You can see I pull out a notebook. And I will be need to remind it, my lord.
It's fine. Lord Reginald Chauncey Percival Theobald Ambervale. For the 20th time.
Would he say Lord Reginald to you or Lord Embervale as your servant?
No, definitely not Lord Reginald.
Alright.
So would it be Lord Reginald Chauncey Theobald Percival Archibald, or did I get something wrong there?
Just forget it.
Cannot be perfect.
I tuck
Just
my
don't
holy
speak at all,
symbol
okay?
underneath
Unless you're
my
spoken to.
shirt, and I just have my adventurer's medallion hanging on top of my clothes.
All right.
Legitimately though, Opa, I do kind of need your character's full name because I am trying to actively write it down.
It's in the chat. Look at the thing.
Okay.
Look
There's
at
also
the-
like a Discord beep that was like everybody disconnected for a short while.
Just look at the text in Roll20.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, I think I had like most of it.
Almost.
Uh,
I like how I go from
Reginald
beer to
Chauncey.
the longest character
Yes.
name ever.
Yep. From the dumbest to the smartest. Anyways. Are we sure about this? We could also just try to go to Breakpoint, go around.
Who should I be in this scenario? He's your servant, and who am I? Your
And so are you.
guard? What?
Oh, what?
I'm wearing armor.
Fine, you're my personal guard.
Do you happen to have like a helmet, Valentina?
Helmet? No, that would ruin
Oh,
my
yes.
hair.
It would hide your face.
I used makeup, isn't that good enough?
It's just a guard with a big steel helmet and a big steel plate and everything. It makes for
I
a
don't
convincing
have
disguise.
A helmet. Do you have a helmet?
Maybe I'll pick one up when we're in camp.
Alright.
But again, are we sure that we should just go to Breakpoint, sneak around these guys?
Well, it would be handy to get that diamond dust, if we can. I don't know. We could try to
It's,
sneak
it's
around, but
your
what if we're
call.
caught? And why they might ask us where we're
I mean-
going and why we're going there.
What if we're caught going in the middle of their camp?
Yes, I mean,
Okay, I'm honestly not sure. What do you guys think?
I've already made it plenty clear that I have no idea what we're doing here. Normally, I would call myself quite intelligent, but yeah, this is a true dilemma that I'm not sure how we're gonna get ourselves out of. I guess we just have to go for it, no? Go in, see what happens, that sort of thing. Be adventurous, like you said, Poluna.
Fun of the unknown.
Sure, it will work out, right?
Maybe we could just say we're just passing through and you're Lord Reginald and you were charged with going up front for some reason to meet someone. Or something, if anyone questions us.
Anyhow, we stick to the story that Lord Reginald is here with a retinue. We assume that the High Priest definitely knows that there's a vampire around, because
Yes,
Reginald told him.
Yeah.
Oh, right, I forgot you told them about
Yes.
And
But I'll just tell them I ditched her. I found out she was evil after all, and I've seen the error of my ways, and I'm here to help. Something like that.
may I suggest not lying and instead saying that you found, when you were traveling with the vampire, you found a great evil in the woods a while back, a place defiled beyond all ken. You had a grand battle, and a great evil was slain, and you've left that behind you now. Technically no lying, but could be taken in the wrong way that you've killed the vampire.
Yeah. We can try that.
One too many run-ins with a Zone of Truth, and you learn to be twisty about it.
I'm starting to have second thoughts about this plan.
It'll be fun. Think about it. And if worst comes to worst, if things are truly unsalvageably bad, we jump through the portal.
No, I am not
Take the
leaving. No matter
You
what,
won't be of
I'm going to break point. I have to.
you won't be of any help to anyone as a corpse.
I know, but I have to.
Then we should go around the army. If you have to go to breakpoint, then that must be the biggest priority.
Alright, Valentina, your call. Just tell us what to do and we'll do it.
All right, let's try to get past them.
Alright,
Somehow.
if they catch us, we play it off like
We
we
stick to
were
the story.
planning on. Alright.
Stick to the story, but don't travel through the camp. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Yes.
So, which way to breakpoint? Where is it?
Can we just walk to the like left side of them, like just pass them by or something?
You can certainly try to circle around. One
Yeah.
thing Poluna would have noticed while staring throughout this and having spectated some kind of troop exercise, that there would be pairs of people patrolling with a few hundred meters distance between them, patrolling around the outskirts of every camp settlement, trying to keep an eye out.
Well, we can try to avoid the patrols, but if we face them, then I'm sure we can kick their butt.
Prefer not murdering scouts. The second they notice someone missing or dead, it's going to kick up a fuss and a ruckus.
Okay, we'll stick
Though
to the
it's a
story if we run into anyone. And hopefully that'll
I would
clear us
admit-
of any situation.
Murdering scouts is a great way to get things to delay, because if your scout is dead, everybody goes on high alert.
And I could
Downside, if
give him a bite mark and
scout-
we could put him somewhere away from here. No, that seems like a lot of work, actually.
again, if you do that, then they'll know there's vampires here.
Right. Sorry, I'm not thinking straight. Okay, let's do that. Let's try to circle around them, and if we run into anyone or anyone sees us, we stick to the story we talked about, and do our best to play it off. Agreed?
Sure.
If we end up sleeping close to the camp, I will try to sneak in and steal your helmet, by the way, Valentina.
All right, and remember diamond dust if you find any.
Sure thing.
Okay. Should we start walking?
Okay.
So let me get this straight. You're walking around the camp.
Trying to keep
Preferably
out of
somewhat
sight.
out of eyesight, right?
Yeah.
All right. So that will be a group stealth check for me, please.
Everyone in the group or someone leading the group?
Everyone,
Nice
unless you're doing like an obscene curve around. I imagine you just follow along so you can still keep
Here I come
eyes
to
on
ruin it.
movement down there.
Oh, okay. Could have been worse, I guess.
It's not being particularly stealthy about this. But seeing the sight of this massive army setting up camp here can put you on nerves. As you continue trekking, there are times where you see these pairs of patrols getting somewhat close, but not necessarily taking notice of you. You're halfway through your trek past this camp before you hear voices behind you. Moment, please.
I whisper, stick to the script. Yes, what is it?
Behind, as you turn around, you see an unarmored person. He still has metal plates on his leggings, but he's just wearing a leather shirt on top. And next to him is a younger female wearing a shield and a mace and adorned in full body armor, resembling very much one of the priests that did the exercise.
Yes, speak up. You're speaking to a noble, let me remind you.
So what? Are you with the army? From what I've told, we were the only people supposed to patrol this outskirts. Are you?
I'm
are you?
Dear Sanctum, yes. Lord Ambervale, don't you recognize the name?
Ambervale. I mean,
while this is going on, I will at least be looking at these guards to see if they recognize him and file away for like, oh, there's a bounty or an order out on this guy's head.
Make an insight check. For the moment, you just see confusion and slight pondering, but nothing that upsets your instincts. Well, we know that Ambervale is sponsoring our campaign at the moment, but
there you go.
We didn't hear that they were going to send anyone from the fam.
And here I am.
Oh, but
you're welcome. Is that all? Urgent business to take care of.
So.
I'm standing next to him with my arms crossed, like bodyguard position.
How about both of you make an intimidation check? Just for fun, to see how imposing your name and then
who's your commander?
Oh, okay.
Oh my god. No.
Understood. We'll go the other way and
just keep going as you are.
Oh.
Don't let me distract you from your very important mission. As you shouldn't distract me from mine.
It is impressive to look down at the army, and I can definitely understand looking at the contributions your family, thank you, have given to this expedition. If you need to see the Vindicator, she'll be in the tents furthest up at the end of the camp. Should I announce your arrival, or?
Oh, it's fine.
Okay.
I'll manage myself.
Okay. They kind of just stop for a while, waiting for you guys to.
What was your name again?
Oh, I'm Carl, and this is Madeline, my sister.
I'll be sure to report your fine work here today.
Thank you. It's our first expedition, so.
I could tell.
Do you think these creatures are real? I mean.
Oh, probably not, but better to make sure than not, huh?
Right. I mean, we're starting to get reports coming in about sightings of things and a city in the distance. But so they from what I've heard, they're currently debating just making this base camp while they do expeditions and stuff. We might be sent out on one tomorrow, but our commander doesn't quite know yet. But he has given us warning.
Exciting for you! I hope you get to experience it firsthand.
Oh.
Anyways, we ought to be off. So.
Oh right, I apologize, my lord, Ambervale.
No need. Just make sure you don't mention I was here. I'm on a bit of a secret mission. Don't tell anyone. And I put like my finger on my mouth, like.
Make a deception check for me.
Oh.
No.
Secret. If you're looking for beer and such, they're usually stored next to the soldiers.
You saw through me. Oh well. Thought I could try. Anyways, good luck.
Yeah, thank you. And they kind of just stop and wait for you guys to proceed.
Walk off.
It's that awkward moment where you like said goodbye to someone and you keep proceeding in the same direction. So they're beginning to walk slower to like create distance between you. So
Once we're out of earshot from them, I'll turn to Lord Reginald and be like, "Your family contributed to this?
I didn't know.
Massacre?
Okay. Didn't know, but yes, we're like the main supplier of like artifacts and magical items, so it was to be
Besides-
expected.
Valentina, it's not like vampires are dead in great numbers yet. It's technically not a massacre, just the beginning of a siege. Let's not count bodies that aren't there.
All right.
It's good news. The fight hasn't really started yet. They're going to try to set up, they're going to, take a good look at it. There's real room to improve things here.
Yes. Didn't that boy say that his commander was in charge if they were gonna send out scouts or something? Maybe that's something to look into?
Maybe.
I guess.
I think we should continue onwards now.
How about we make it to Breakpoint and we can warn them that there might be some expeditions heading. Maybe we can find out a way to.
Oh, I think they're aware already.
I know. Let's stick to the plan, okay? Let's
Yes.
keep going.
You did good, Lord Reginald. You played that off really well.
By
Thank
the
you,
way-
thank you.
I have an idea. It's known that you're a spellcaster, right, Reginald? Is
I guess.
Is it common for noble folk to make stringent demands for random things? Like you could send me in as your servant for spell components that you're running low on, like diamond dust or such, and say
Excellent
as a
idea.
contributor. And I can get a possibility to look at the camp while I'm in there, running an errand for you.
Yes.
And
I
you
mean,
could
I
do
had
that
I
in-
had a signet ring. I could give you that, and you could
And you
take
could-
it, go into the camp. I'll give you some money. Yeah.
And you could do it while making some absurd demands at some absurd times of day that a proper noble would do of their servants. For example, after we set up camp, you decide you need me to go fetch some things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do that. Do you want to do that now?
Well, when you feel like it's time to set up camp and get comfortable, you just need to act as stereotypically noble as possible, and that the story makes itself from there. I am your humble servant, my lord. So,
Okay, but do you want to? We can't really set up camp on the outskirts here. That'd be very suspicious.
it would.
If,
So let
if
us
I were
continue
a real
onward.
noble, I would go into the camp and demand a tent from some commander or something, you know?
They don't know other than the ones you just talked to. They don't know that we're here. So maybe let's stick to the plan for now and continue on.
Yes, I agree. I agree. How,
That's
I mean,
assuming
how
that there
badly
won't
do we
be
need
loose
this diamond
lips.
dust?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
I think we have bigger
I just-
concerns at the moment.
I was hoping I could scrounge around for a look.
Yeah, that would be nice.
How about
It's an optional, not a necessary.
Yes. I agree. It's all good ideas. But
Let's continue onwards.
agreed.
all right. You continue trekking past the camp, not really interrupted or intercepted by any other scouts going forward. And as you keep walking, you kind of hit this point of where the two hills conjoin, and a path leading out, a seemingly more normal path rather than just downtrodden earth. And it just goes past the camp and beyond, further north. Paluna, please make a perception check for me. And Lord Reginald and Valentina, make a stealth check. And also you, Paluna. As you're now beyond the camp.
I'm sorry.
Clunk, 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 clunk.
Oh, great.
Keep walking beyond the camp horizon, and the tall grass turns more into wheat fields, expanding, growing wild. But at places there are traces of wheat having been harvested, not in great amounts, just what one would assume to be for personal use. And as you're walking down this more seemingly natural path throughout this landscape, Paluna, you, without Valentina or Reginald seeing this or hearing this, you hear footsteps traveling rapidly in your direction. And
Guys, we've got incoming.
it's almost in the moment of passing you before you see a halfling adorned in leather armor sprinting at full speed past you.
Good evening. As
Okay,
I pick up
no time,
pace and follow
gotta go.
along.
Stop it.
We can talk on the run. What's got you in such a hurry?
Make a persuasion check.
Where we're running now.
I'm running.
Paluna just turned 180 and followed them. They seem to be running in the direction of the camp. Gotta go. News from the front line. Gotta go.
I tackle him.
You tackle him? Okay, make a... That must be an acrobatics check.
Stop him! I shout out.
You rolled an 11 and they rolled a solid 9. So while they're sprinting in a small stature, you latch onto them, tackle them. You both fall onto the ground and slide a few meters before coming to a halt. What are you... Let go of me!
I run up to help Paluna. Keep him down.
It's very impolite to just ignore a man like this and come sprinting by. We need
It's
to know
im-
if there's danger.
It's impolite tackling someone! Let me go!
I pull out the letter opener and put it at his throat.
Make an intimidation
So?
check. You see this moment of realization on their face, and their face goes from like hurried expression to solemn, cold.
Oh no, that is no way to treat a fellow soldier. I walk up to them.
Well, my lord, you told
Well,
me
we're all
to be
on,
alert.
we're all on the same side. I didn't instruct you to tackle this poor messenger.
Of course, my lord.
Release him
release
at once. My apologies. My retinue hasn't been what it used to be. Lord
Gets up,
Aberville at your service.
brushes off the dust. Imbervale. Out here? Front lines. That doesn't seem right.
Well, here I am.
What command are you serving under?
My own, obviously.
Make a deception check.
No. Okay. Good roll.
Bold of a noble to walk out towards the front lines by themselves. Well, if you don't mind, you must understand, I have to report back to my commander. We have some interesting news and quite disturbing news of
Please
what's coming
tell
up.
me. I'm quite keen.
Make a persuasion check.
Nineteen.
my gosh.
Damn, high
Watching this
rolling.
dude.
Okay, but I gotta make it brief. Our divinations divined that there weren't many vampires in existence after we got hold of one and could use their blood as a medium for it. But it didn't warn about the more feral variant, apparently. Hundreds of thousands. They seem to be two societies around one. One is outside the city walls, and the other is within smaller confined city walls. And while the vampires we prepared for with our army to take out in one swoop, we did not account for the feral beasts living outside.
Dear, that is a problem indeed.
Well, Tina just currently
yes.
looks super relieved. Yeah, that's so good.
This will be a siege for weeks, maybe months even.
Well, we
That's
plan
the
for no
case.
casualties, but with the brigades and their training, we can make it through with casualties, but we put a lot of training and effort, and the commanders will be very displeased, and the Vindicators, to say the least, will... Oh,
Oh, yes. Tell me about her.
Maybe. No.
Milord, since we were going in the direction this good scout came from, I am bid to
What?
inform you that we must know how far away the danger is from here, should we continue our mission.
Yes, our little scouting mission has turned quite dangerous all of a sudden. How far away? Please tell me.
at my speed, and he taps his boots and begins to glow for a moment. I can make the distance in about an hour, but for you guys, traveling, noble, gotta keep your clothing fine.
Of course.
About half a day.
A leisurely stroll for me it is.
So if you don't mind, I gotta go.
Yes, and apologies once again for my servant here. Apologize to the man at once.
I bow deeply, like get on the ground, probably bow. I apologize for my rude behavior. I was afraid of my lord's safety.
Glares a
Alright.
bit at you, and right, I've taken up about enough of your time. And vice
Yes,
versa.
be on your way.
gotta
Go deliver this important message.
You see the person click their heels together, proceeds to run off again.
Alright. That could have gone much worse.
I will admit, Mr. Embervale, Lord Embervale, I was seconds away from taking that thing's life. Good catch.
That's okay, it's okay. Yeah, let's just keep going, I guess.
So, hundreds of thousands. Valentina, care to explain?
Well, like I told you, a lot of
Start dragging through.
the people.
Does that mean these are hundreds and thousands of slaves that were used to
Well, they're not all
suck
slaves
blood
now.
out?
Most of them are not slaves now. They just live their
Jesus
lives.
Christ.
Some of them are. There's different.
Valentina,
I don't
what are
really-
you going to do if we find out that it's hundreds of thousands of people who have lost their mind to bloodthirst?
You can't do
Such
anything about
things.
that. Unfortunately, that is a common reoccurrence in Breakpoint.
You say this
And-
like it's okay.
I know it's not okay.
Then what are you gonna do about it? You're saying you want to save the people in Breakpoint, but it has to be more than that.
What do
You
you
need to
mean?
you need to find a way to stop this madness, Val.
We should also probably get to a point where we'll be safe overnight.
Hundreds of thousands of people, of innocent people. I'm not saying Dear Sanctum is all good, but pretty sure they don't have that many casualties to their name.
We're not casualties exactly. They're
Let's
alive.
let's see with our own eyes first.
You call
Before we
that
decide
being
what to do.
alive? Well, I don't know, but by the sound of it, it doesn't
You know,
sound
Well-
like they are very much thriving, you know?
the problem
well,
is
but-
lack of blood. They don't have enough blood. That's why they go mad. Some of them. And that's a reason for
That's-
some people wanting to get slaves so they can stay sane.
Let's see how serious this scout's accusation and emergency was first. Maybe he was overestimating the numbers, maybe he was being dramatic, and
No.
maybe it was his personal bias speaking that, he's from an invasionary force and probably thinks very little of those he's about to invade.
You know, Breakpoint is a pretty big place. It's not tiny.
Valentina, I hate to say it, but the same applies to you.
What?
You're biased. This is your home. These are your people. You'll defend them to an irrational degree. You have to come to terms with the fact that we might be learning some very disturbing truths on this journey. And you'll have to decide what's more important. A people or yourself.
We might have already learned plenty.
You know, I was a Dhampir for a while, Lord Reginald. That's the other vampire types that this boy was talking about. So I know what some of these humans have gone through.
Right. So, onward.
Onwards.
Onward.
Alright.
You keep trekking north, still being cautionary of your surroundings, but finding more confidence in your ability to take on this persona as a noble with his troops. The estimation of time that this scout told you about wasn't too far off to go, while you do walk faster than Noble with his entourage. It takes you quite about 3 to 4 hours to reach your destination, or what reveals to be the destination. Mist is beginning to gather as you're heading into early evening. The grass is being surrounded by a thin layer of mist, leaving a damp feeling in the air. The mountain range begins to thin out towards the tip, and just left of it, slightly northwest of it, you begin to see small specks of structures. And as you close in on it, you notice that they are shabby built huts and houses made out of scrap wood, crates, whatever scavenged materials you can. And expands like a vast ocean, reminding you of the poor district back in Eastwatch. As you put your glance, for the first time for some of you, and a familiar home site to one of you, the outskirts of Breakpoint, expanding towards vast open ocean, and at the very back of this massive outskirts of shabby built structures rises one citadel above the rest, with tall, dark walls barricading itself from its very own people. And that's where we're going to leave it off next time.
Dang. I'm home.
We
Oh,
never
but you
arrived
see
at
it.
Breakpoint. Time to see if it survives us.
Oh no.
Yeah, Factures Sanctum's invasion. It's more so it survives you three. So,
We have
Well-
arrived.
you have arrived.
Finally. This is where I started.
This is where you started. And where you will end. Wait,
This is
no?
where it has to end. Wait, both Oppa and Oren are gone? This card just broken, won't start back up? Oh no!
Wait, what did they hear? What didn't they hear?
Well, Oren just disconnected, and Oppa disconnected before you showed the breakpoint. So,
Oh. What about on roll 20?
oh well, he was still in roll 20, he just couldn't hear you. Oh no, you disconnected too. Oh no! Oh no, I'm the only one left! Crap! Damn, that's unlucky. Turn to chat. Thus begins. You know, what a shitty time to ruin a moment. Well, at least we made it to the end before Discord completely died. I wonder why Oppa was hit before everyone else. That's a cool picture though. I'm gonna zoom out a little. Very nice. Yeah, I read the full description. Oh, Oppa, yeah. Oppa, you'll just have to watch the VOD. Yeah. Um. There. Discord bus strikes again. Guys, it's 10 p.m. You gotta cut it out now. Discord, please, 5 minutes longer, please. You know what? I'm happy that it didn't happen in the middle of the session. It was very polite of it to wait until the end. Discord session over, fuckers. Yeah. You're back. You just missed Valentina. What? She was here? No way. Good session though, guys. I'm looking forward to next one. And we're at breakpoint now. Oh, crazy. And I guess this also means that beer is officially retired. That Rupa? And now from now on it's Lord Reginald only? Beer's retired. Gonna build a brewery with small beer. I'm so glad he took small beer with him. He was starting to get on my nerves a long time ago. Big Lord Arya. So much RP. Hell yeah. Almost went as planned. Okay, okay. It's great that we managed to save beer by killing him first. Yeah, just a minor detail. You think I'm not like small beer, right? Right? Yeah, you're not like small beer. Don't worry, Vulcan. Only no one from his tribe alive, but everything else is just great. Yeah. But at least he has small beer. So maybe he found his true family. Now he's a dad and he's working in a tavern. I don't know. And Poluna woke up, so that's good. All we've kind of solved our difficulties from last session. However, Poluna seems kind of fucked up now. So surely no lasting consequences, right? But I was really hoping we would get that diamond dust, because if we're going into this huge ass battle, it really would be great if Poluna got his AC back. Beer said forever will be a virgin. Poor Beer. I told you, Beer needs a wife. Oh my god. You, Mickey, you have to write it so like we come back in like 5 years. Okay, maybe not, because we're probably gonna be back in like a few weeks. But we come back and Beer is married. He has to get a wife, surely. I dreamed it. It must be true. Nothing truly fucked up. He no longer has elemental powers. Dun dun dun. Well, I guess his artifacts disappeared. You know, I was so set on like, oh, Reginald needs to consume those. I completely forgot that they just leave the body anyway when they die. No matter, like, you don't have to consume them. I didn't even think about that. I'm glad it worked out. You can only connect if you have something within you that resonates. Probably keep that in mind too. Alright, well, thanks for the session, guys. I'm already looking forward to next week. Speak of next week, yeah. Oh no. Oh no. Coming. Mickey, you don't have Easter plans. You can hang out with me, huh? I have plans, but none that make me miss next sesh. Nice. Upa? I don't have a life. Yes, he doesn't have a life. I also do not have a life. Just wants the excuse to use the thigh mod. Yeah, that's fair. He does not have a life and Beer does not have a wife. Rhymes. That's so sad. At least give Beer a wife. Oh no. Lack of character talk. God. We were just saved Poluna. Well, he just woke up, but gosh. Here's wife is the Bruta. That's a questionable image. Alright, I'm gonna head off, so thanks for the session and same time next week, hopefully. Seems like everyone's around. Can I do the wave? Oh, I can wave! Hell yeah. Have a good rest of your night, guys. Bye.